We are continuing at the Charleston County Council Chambers in North Charleston, South Carolina. I am Jason Neubauer of the United States Coast Guard, Deputy Chief of the Office of Investigations and Analysis in Washington, D.C. I'm the chair of the Coast Guard Marine Board Investigation and the presiding officer over these proceedings. The Commandant of the Coast Guard has convened this board under the authority of Title 46 United States Code, Section 6301, and Title 46 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 4, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the implosion of the Titan with the loss of 5 lives on June 18, 2023, while conducting deep-sea operations in the vicinity of the RMS Titanic wreck site. The investigation will determine as closely as possible the factors that contributed to the incident so that proper recommendations for the prevention of similar casualties may be made, whether there is evidence that any act of misconduct, inattention to duty, negligence, or willful violation of the law on the part of any licensed or certificated person contributed to the casualty, and whether there is evidence that any Coast Guard personnel or any representative or employee of any other government agency or any other person caused or contributed to the casualty. I have previously determined that OceanGate Incorporated is a party in interest to this investigation. OceanGate is represented by the law firm of Debevoise and Plimpton. As such, OceanGate has a statutory right to employ counsel to represent them, to cross-examine witnesses, and to have witnesses called on their behalf. I will examine all witnesses at this formal hearing under oath or affirmation, and witnesses will be subject to federal laws and penalties governing false official statements. Witnesses who are not parties in interest may be advised by their counsel concerning their rights. However, such counsel may not examine or cross-examine other witnesses or otherwise participate in these proceedings. These proceedings are open to the public and to the media. I ask for cooperation of all persons present to minimize any disruptive influence on the proceedings in general and on the witnesses in particular. The members of the press are welcome, and an area has been set aside for use during the proceedings. The news media may question witnesses concerning their testimony that they give after I've released them from these proceedings. I ask that such interviews be conducted outside of the hearing chambers. Since the date of the casualty, the NTSB and Coast Guard have conducted substantial evidence collection activities, and some of that previously collected evidence will be considered during these hearings. Should any person have or believe they have information not brought forward, but which might be of direct significance to this investigation, that person is urged to bring that information to my attention by emailing titan@uscg.mil. I note that we've already received several emails, and we appreciate the public participation. The Coast Guard relies on strong partnerships to execute its missions, and this Marine Board investigation is no exception. The National Transportation Safety Board provided a representative for this hearing. Mr. Marcel Muse, seated to my far right, is the investigator in charge for the NTSB investigation. Mr. Muse, would you like to make a brief opening statement?
Good morning. Again, I'm Marcel Muse. I'm the NTSB's investigator in charge assigned to this accident. The NTSB has joined this hearing to avoid the duplication of facts, which will help develop our report separate from the Coast Guard in the end.
Thank you, Mr. Muse. Before we commence with testimony today, I'd like to clarify Mr. Nissen referred to that prototype hull in his testimony as Titan Serial 1. After Mr. Nissen left OceanGate, the company manufactured a second carbon fiber hull. That hull was used on Titanic expeditions. Mr. Nissen was not involved with that second Titan hull, which he referred to as Serial 2. I also have 3 corrections to the record from yesterday's factual PowerPoint voiceover, which is Exhibit 001. The PowerPoint presentation is accurate. However, during the voiceover on slide 9, I note that in and around May 2017, University of Washington APL ceased engineering work for OceanGate, but continued to assist the company with 1/3 scale model testing. On slide 11 voiceover, NASA provided more limited services to OceanGate than anticipated due to COVID, and so that was instead of no services after COVID. And on slide 11 voiceover, we specify that certain types of non-destructive testing were not conducted, as acknowledged on the following slide. There was testing at the Deep Ocean Testing Facility on the second hull, and that was non-destructive testing. I will now call our first witness of the day, Mr. David Lochridge, former Director of Marine Operations for OceanGate Incorporated. Lieutenant Steele.
Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Lochridge. Whalen, we'll begin with your questioning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Lochridge.
Good morning.
All of my questions will be related to your background and then your experience as the OceanGate and with OceanGate as the Director of Marine Operations.
Sure.
Thank you again for being here. Throughout the morning, we will be taking breaks. If you need a break, please let me know and we will take one.
Thank you.
Before we begin, I will ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you shall use an acronym, I will ask you to stop and then please explain to us what that acronym is.
Understood.
We're going to be breaking your testimony up into 3 main parts. The first being questions pertaining to your education and employment history. And then we will get into the history with OceanGate to include your roles and responsibilities as the Director of Marine Operations. And then some further questions specifically regarding OceanGate operations. So first, if you could please tell me about your education experience prior to your employment at OceanGate.
Sure. So from school, I joined the Royal Navy, went in there, signed up in the late 80s, did marine engineering, part-time diver, stayed in the Navy for a few years. Upon leaving, I worked in the electronic manufacturing industry for a few years, and mid-90s converted my Navy diving qualifications over to commercial diving qualifications through HSE. That gave me the ability to do underwater inspection, underwater construction, on and offshore. From there, I also trained and got qualified as an AODC diving systems technician. That's Association of Offshore Diving Contractors. That allowed me to work on air and mixed gas saturation diving systems from chambers, compressors, dive panels, gauges, helmets. After that, whilst continuing to work as commercial diver, I went on and qualified as a IMCA qualified ROV pilot supervisor. From there, I got involved with submarine rescue 23 years ago, and I went on there, started off as a contractor. That was my first introduction to manned submersibles. The company offered me a position. This was with RUMIC, who are now James Fisher Defence, who are still active. And from there, I was trained up. It's roughly a 3-year program to get trained up from hatch operator in the back of the rescue submersible, which allows you to actually assist with the rescuees coming from military submarines at depth, coming into the back of the submersible, potentially at pressure, and then from there progressed up to Pilot 2, which allows you to assist the pilot with all the sonar communications, and you're also responsible for the pressurization of the rescue chamber. If the military submarine has had, for example, a pressure breach, then that would allow us to basically blow down the back of the submersible so that we could equal the pressure in our sub comparable to the military submarine. And then from there, progressed on to dry transfer pilot. That basically allowed you to control, manage, carry out the entire operation. You would be responsible for not only your second pilot, your rescue chamber operator in the back of the sub, but you would also be responsible for all the rescuees that you're bringing out from the military submarine. From there, I went on. I worked for a couple of years in Singapore for James Fisher Defence as well as a submersible pilot on their rescue system, DSAR. I joined MY Octopus, which is a civilian super yacht, and I was responsible for the underwater team on there. We had a 35-ton man sub, a 3,000-metre ROV, and a full diving spread. From there, I decided to do more inspection work, because I did inspection as part of my commercial diving background. That was physically in the water. I decided to advance those qualifications, and I went ahead and I did my CSWIP 34U, which is basically a qualification recognised worldwide that allows you to go offshore and run, assist and plan and coordinate underwater inspection projects, whether you are tying in with the ROV superintendent or the saturation or the air diving superintendents on the vessels as well. This allowed us to do inspection of undersea pipelines, platforms, wellheads, anything subsea. The ability to do CSWIP 34U allows you to work, as I said, all over the world. You can do it inshore, offshore, and it's a recognised standard that's recognised globally. From there, I also did some trenching work as part of my ROV background that basically allows you to, I would go out as supervisor, or I would go out as pilot or tooling tech. From there, that would allow us to actually go out, bring up subsea telecommunications cables that were damaged, fibre optic cables, bring them up to the ship. They would do repairs on them, put them back down, and with the trenching device, we could basically bury these these cables so that they are protected from any sort of fishing or any sort of hazards on the seabed. From there, it was my wife. My wife saw an advert online for OceanGate. I was working offshore in the North Sea at the time, so when I came back, I said, why not? We'll have a look. I got in touch with them, sent my resume across, ended up getting a phone call from the Chief Operating Officer at the time, Neil McCurdy. We did a phone interview just to see where I was at, what I would be interested in doing for the organisation. The position they were looking for was a Director of Marine Operations. They were looking for somebody that had a background in diving, ROVs, and manned submersibles. Seemed like a good fit. I went across in July. I'll just relate to my notes. I went across in May 2015. And in May 2015, I went across for a couple of weeks to see if the company was a good fit for me. They told me from the outset that the company's plan were to go to the Titanic.
Okay. At this point, Mr. Lochridge,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to stop.
Of course.
Okay. I'm going to go back a little bit. I don't want to get too far ahead of your training and certifications.
No.
We're going to get into your operations with OceanGate
Sure.
in a second. So how many different types or different submersibles have you piloted?
Quite a few.
Approximation.
7 to 10.
Okay. And did all of those or the majority of those require some type of pilot training program?
Absolutely, every one of them.
Can you talk to me about those pilot training programs?
Of course. So with the rescue submersibles, as I said previously, it was roughly a 3-year sort of program to actually work your way up. The qualification for that, because it's a very small industry, rescue submersibles. So the American military have got, Singapore, there's various nations. There's approximately 10 to 12 nations throughout the world that have actually got submarine rescue systems. The percentage of the operators for that are civilian. So the manufacturers of those submersibles, they are the ones that lead the training. The training itself has been gathered, and all the information from pilots from a long time ago, from diver lockout pilots that used to work in the North Sea, Gulf of Mexico. The program itself, it's intense. You have to know everything with the submersible. You are dealing with all the classification requirements. You have to know the subs inside and out. So that's the rescue submersibles. In terms of my experience is what carried across to the other submersibles I worked on. Working on the super yacht Octopus, the company that were responsible for, how would I say, like oversight, they were the management company that we would deal with regards to any maintenance issues, any training. That was done by DOER, which are based out of California. So I had to go through a training program with them to get certified. They had obviously dealt with the build of the submersible and previous years of the operation on there. When I went, I'll jump ahead post OceanGate, but when I went to go and work for OceanX, I did a 2-week training program. A gentleman called Mark Taylor, very good instructor. We worked together with James Fisher Defence and Rumic long ago, Submarine Rescue, and he put me through all the training for it's a 3-person submersible. Those are 1,000-metre subs, and he also carried out the training for Surface Officer, which allowed you to control the deck operations and tie in with the vessels from there. Yes. So most of my experience is with rescue submersibles for foreign navies.
And do you hold any professional merchant mariner credentials?
No. I do have qualifications from when I was in the Navy. Relative to that time, I do have small boat license. I do maintain physical exams, which I always have. Done through HSE, Offshore Oil and Gas, ENG1, just to ensure medical ability to actually go in the subs. I have done training courses, but nothing like what you're saying, sir. Yes.
Right. And these physicals,
Yes.
Are those requirements for each individual company, or is that an international standard?
It's not an international standard. Some companies do insist, and they will insist you get an ENG1. When I do submarine rescue with James Fisher Defence and Mansub International, I have to have an HSE diving medical, and preferably offshore survival and offshore medical as well, just to cover those bases. Some of the organisations, they don't require any form of medical qualification at all to operate the subs.
And you had mentioned vessel or submersible certification.
Yes.
Of the submersibles that you piloted, were any of those classed to either DNV, Lloyd's, or ABS standard?
Yes, I've worked with the 3 main agencies. I've worked with ABS, DNV, and Lloyd's as well. The only submersible that wasn't fully classed was Cyclops.
As a submersible operator, how important is it to you to operate a class submersible?
Very. It is paramount. Very important.
And can you tell me why?
The classification agencies give oversight, and it's a third-party verification. They should get involved from proof of concept, just to ensure that what you're wanting to manufacture is within the boundaries of all the rules and regulations that they've gathered extensively over the years, in coordination with the US Coast Guard, with the US Navy, with other militaries throughout the world. It's very important to follow that path and not deviate from it. If the classification agencies themselves, they are willing to be flexible. And if you go to them and you have a suggestion, any sort of modifications that you want to make to the submersible, give them the documentation. They will go away, they will analyse it, they will sit down, they will do boards, they will talk about it. If they find it feasible, they potentially can give you authorisation even if the vehicle is already classed, to make those modifications.
Have you been part of that classification process?
Yes, I have.
Prior to OceanGate and in the submersibles that you've operated, did any of the submersibles not have a classification other than the Cyclops?
None.
Now I'd like to move into your employment. If you could start, I believe you said it was in 2015.
That's correct. So 2015, as I mentioned, I reached out to OceanGate and spoke to the Chief Operating Officer, Neil McCurdy. We spoke on the phone, seemed like a good fit verbally. I was invited across for a couple of weeks to look over the systems that they already had. In place, they had Antipodes, which is fully classed, ABS certified, and still is. They had Cyclops 1. When I went across to Everett to meet with the team and Stockton Rush, the CEO, the intention was Cyclops used to be owned by an organisation in the Azores, which was fully classed. That submersible, when I turned up on site, was not classed. They had made so many modifications to it. The only things they hadn't changed was the hull, the main viewports, the upper viewport, and the hatch assembly. So talking with Stockton, obviously I'm very about class to keep everything prim and proper. The discussion was at the time, he'd already been in talks, please don't quote me on this, but I'm sure it was with DNV at the time. And the intention was they were going to take the submersible out, do a full dive to 500 meters, which is what the class rating used to be for that submersible. And DNV were going to issue a report stating that they would approve the hull, the acrylic, and the upper hatch, but they would not class any of the other systems on Cyclops 1.
So when you arrived at OceanGate,
Yes.
what position were you hired for?
I was hired for Director of Marine Operations.
And what year was that?
I was taken on as a contractor at that time to assist them with the organisation of the potential Titan build. So from there, 2015, we spoke. I think it was June 2015, they offered me a contract. That was all going to be pending getting visa approval. As you can tell, I'm from Scotland, so moving over to the US, it would involve immigration authorities. My wife, my daughter and I, we were granted O visa to come in and work in the US, which is extraordinary ability visa. My qualifications and background was sufficient enough with backup from people in the industry to get me across. So we got that in January 2016. That was granted. We sold everything up and we moved across to Seattle, Washington.
And when you arrived to OceanGate at that time, what was the company construct? Who did you report to?
So, being one of the directors, I was immediately responsible to the Chief Operating Officer and the CEO. The Chief Operating Officer at the time was Neil McCurdy, and the CEO was Stockton Rush. That was the two individuals that I would report to directly at that time.
And what was your role and responsibility as the Director of Marine Operations?
Of course. So I shall, and this is from OceanGate website, I hope you have no objections to me reading what my job description is. This is readily available online.
No objections.
Thank you. And this is how the company portrayed me. So, David Lochridge, Director of Marine Operations. As Director of Marine Operations for OceanGate Incorporated, David Lochridge is responsible for ensuring the safety of all crew and clients during submersible and surface operations, for maintaining and operating all marine assets, and for achieving the mission objectives during diverse and challenging submersible expeditions. So over and above the job title, I was the only, in my eyes, qualified submersible pilot to fly the assets that we had. I was the only one with experience in new build submersibles, dealing with classification agencies. With the 2 subs that we had at the time, I was responsible for training. So I trained staff-wise. I trained Isabel Johnston. She was one of my trainee pilots. Alexander Russell and Bonnie Carroll. That was the only 3 employees of OceanGate that I was responsible for their training. Not one of them got qualified as a pilot that would certify them to take passengers or do solo dives in the sub. Externally to the company, I did training for gentleman Scott Perezinski, who went on to be on the board of OceanGate. Having the only one with experience, I was responsible for all the maintenance. I tied in with APL, the Applied Physics Lab, in terms of the project for Titan, the build that the company got me across to assist, run, and be the chief pilot for. I was responsible for training manuals for Cyclops. Antipodes manuals were already there. They just needed tweaked ever so slightly just to bring them up to date. I would deal with ABS when it came time to do any classification for Antipodes. I would carry out the test dives for Antipodes with the ABS surveyors, which I did on several times. And anytime we were doing offshore operations, I would liaise with the vessel captain. I would liaise, if it was an internal to US territorial waters, I would liaise with the Coast Guard, port authorities. And in terms of the mission specialists, well, term that loosely, the paying clients, I would meet with them. I was, how I felt, a show pony. I was made by the company to stand up there and do talks. I think it was difficult. I had to go up, do presentations all about my experience. In my eyes, even at the time, they were selling me as part of this project for people to come in, pay money for future investment in Titan, the submersible.
When you arrived at OceanGate, was there a set training plan or procedure for members to become crew or pilots?
None.
Recorder, if I can ask you to please bring up Exhibit 081, which is the OceanGate Pilot and Training Task Book. Mr. Lochridge, have you ever seen this document?
Yes, I have, yes.
Can you please explain the purpose of this document?
The purpose of the document, it tied in with the operations manual for Cyclops and the MS Lars, which was the platform, the dive platform for Cyclops. The pilot training manual itself covered a broad variety of training for the submersible pilots itself. So it provided stability calculations, gas calculations, makeup of the hull, emergency procedures, standard operating procedures. I wrote into this manual as much information as I possibly could. There were things that, unfortunately, senior management, Stockton Rush, Neil McCurdy, I was reined in slightly. There is a lot more I would have put in this manual. The intention for OceanGate, unbeknownst to me when I came across, they wanted to be able to qualify a pilot in a day. Somebody that had never sat in a submersible. They wanted people to basically come in, get checked out as pilots, and be able to take passengers down in the sub. That is a huge red flag. That is a no-no. You don't do that. It's a long process. It's not just a case of sitting down, driving a submersible around. There's a lot more to it. You've got to understand topside operations, weather, limitations on vessels, launch recoveries. There's a lot to cover. And I met resistance with that, but I got into this manual as much as I possibly could to get it approved by senior management, which it did.
In this manual, as it states, manned submersible Cyclops 1.
Yes.
Was this specific to the Cyclops 1?
Correct.
Was there another manual for the Antipodes?
I said there was a manual for Antipodes, yes, that's correct.
And then was there a manual for the Titan?
I never did anything for Titan. As you will hear throughout the day, I was kept away from the project.
Understood. So you had stated that some of you tried to put as much information into this as you could to
That's
include
correct.
topside operations and other things as such. With regard to that, you said that you raised your concerns to OceanGate management.
Oh, for a lot of things. Anytime I'm not, everybody that knows me, they know I can be slightly outspoken. I don't like being bullied into anything. I don't tolerate liars. And if I see something that is a risk, not only to myself, to anybody else, I will put my hand up. And everybody that knows me, I've always been like that from day one, even when I was in the Navy.
So with regards to pilot training,
Yes.
this was it your program, would you say?
Yeah, I would say, yeah. When I came across, Stockton had rough notes that he had. Nothing was from memory, nothing was printed in his mind what he wanted in terms of a training manual. So long ago. Yeah, as far as I can remember, everything was on me in terms of that training manual for Cyclops 1.
What was Mr. Rush's experience that you know of?
So, I had been led to believe that he was trained, as I said, please don't quote me, a gentleman called Scott Cassell, who's I may be wrong on that, who is a submersible pilot, and Stockton verified that he was qualified by that individual. Since 2009, when the company was set up, he, alongside the contractor Tim Carterson, who was present yesterday, would pretty much do all the dives for Antipodes or Cyclops before I came along.
Can you tell me about the different submersibles that OceanGate had operational when you arrived to the company, specifically the Antipodes and the Cyclops 1?
Of course. Antipodes is a 1,200-foot submersible. It's a 5-man submersible, so it'll be a pilot, 4 passengers. It's got acrylic dome either end, so the pilot would actually fly that vehicle from the center section of the sub itself. The sub design was approved long before I came on the go. That submersible, from memory, was initially a diver lockout vehicle from the 70s. I think it's roughly the same age as me. And it got changed under approval by ABS to make it more of a passenger submersible. It had an upper hatch with a tower on it, which would use for egress, ingress of passengers getting in and out the sub. And very basic buoyancy systems on that. It did have emergency systems, full life support system on there as well. The Cyclops 1 was under development, and when I came across during 2015 and at the start of 2016, before they were dismissed by the OceanGate Engineering Department and Stockton Rush, I worked closely with APL, the Applied Physics Lab, Dave Dyer and Mike and the rest of the guys at that team, yes.
You had mentioned earlier that the Cyclops 1 was previously a class submersible.
That's correct.
And when it came to be owned by OceanGate, there was modifications that were made that took it out of class.
Very much so, yes. The entire control system, steering system, propulsion, everything was removed. And I think that is why, when I saw that document in 2015, the approval letter or report from who I think it was, DNV, classing the hull, the acrylic, and the upper hatch. I can see why that is all they would recertify. Fortunately, at that time, we had excellent engineering support from APL. So they provided electrical, electronics, mechanical, and I worked very closely with them until Tony Nissen started.
And when you, at this point in 2016, when you came in with the company, how far along was the Titan project?
There was nothing. It was a concept. There was no material, nothing had been wound, no material had been fabricated, nothing. It had been made clear to me from the outset I was coming across to assist with the build. My experience working with class was going to be paramount in actually producing a successful product. That was the intent, and yeah, there was nothing at all. APL, everything control systems wise, they were testing things on Cyclops 1, and it was still in its infancy. The amount of dives that we did in that sub, that systems would fail. The MSLRs, the dive platform, there'd be issues with that. Everything at that time, even then, it was experimental, but at the same time, the intention was once everything was finished with Cyclops 1 and the company and APL were happy with everything, those systems would be fully not integrated, so they weren't going to get moved from Cyclops, but they would be built harder, stronger, more reliable, and they were going to get built for Titan. When I moved across, there was nothing. Nothing was produced, nothing was finalized with APL. There was a serious shift in the organization from spring 2016 through to, I would say, summer 2016, where the applied physics lab were phased out. Unfortunately, after the incident on the Andrea Doria, I was phased out of the project completely. I was told everything was going to be getting done in-house with Tony Nissen and his team, who I had no confidence in whatsoever, and I seriously voiced my concerns to senior management. That was the Chief Operating Officer, Neil McCurdy, to Stockton Rush, the CEO. I was never happy with any of the decisions that were potentially going into this project. That was pre and post-manufacture of what was getting done. I was phased out completely.
And why do you believe you were phased out?
Because I embarrassed the CEO on the Andrea Doria wreck. I didn't mean to, but there was an incident on the Doria. It was meant to be my dive. I was meant to take 4 paying clients down to the wreck, and the intention of that entire trip with these mission specialists was we had new sonar fitted to the submersible. We were going to be doing 3D modeling of the wreck. The wreck itself, it's dangerous. We knew it was falling to bits. We did our research, and the plan was I was going to be dropping down over several days, keeping distance from the wreck completely, and basically circumnavigating the wreck at 50 meters away and carrying out sonar scans to create this 3D model of the wreck itself, which, in all good intentions, it was so that divers, future divers, can see exactly what's happening with the decay and degradation of the hull of the Doria itself. It is a very famous vessel, but deadly. I mean, I don't know today, but at the time, I think there was like 18 deaths on the Doria with technical divers diving on it. Yeah, unfortunately, the CEO decided that he wanted to take it down. I objected, because I know sometimes he could do things to please himself. He told me I was staying out. I objected again. I was sort of reined in at the time. Just remember, I'm the CEO, you're just an employee. I eventually persuaded him to let me come in on the dive, so we reduced the paying passengers down to 3, and Stockton said he was taking it down. The first attempt that we did when we were on the surface, the MS Lars just got blown away with the currents. We did tell him, he wouldn't listen. The vessel captain was very wary about the currents at the time. I tried to give my input in terms of the weather. It's a very exposed area. So we towed the vehicle so that it was in a good position. Stockton took the helm. The controls for Cyclops, it's actually done at the back of the vehicle, and there is camera systems mounted to the, I don't know now, but there was camera systems mounted only to the front, just above the acrylic sphere, the forward viewing dome. And you controlled it on the back with, yes, the PlayStation controller. And when we went to do the dive platform was submerged down to its working depth, 12 feet, 15 feet. Took it down so that it's away from the adverse weather conditions. He attempted to take it off. He didn't do it very well. He ended up bending the dive skids on the bottom, the landing skids, which are usually flat, which contained the drop weights. We deployed diver to verify. And anyway, we got the thumbs up. He departed from the MS Lars at depth, came up to the surface, which we usually did, established main communications with the vessel. And from there, he took it down. I kept saying, please keep your distance. Don't tell me what to do. That was the conversation. He decided to go straight for the wreck. He had on sonar, clear sonar image. You could see the wreck, and boom. As I said, it's not very deep. Visibility's not excellent, but it was clear enough. Good ambient light that day, and he came straight down, hard on the bottom. No trimming, no ballast, nothing. Smash straight down on the bottom. Visibility went everywhere. You could see a silhouette, and it was the two clients that were sitting in the viewing dome right next to the acrylic. And they were like, oh my God, we are right on the wreck. So I said to Stockton, please, all stop telling me what to do. Stockton, all stop. We have to see what's going on here. We have to look at our surroundings, which is standard practice for any competent submersible pilot. And from there, visibility cleared. We could see metal plates, and we could clearly see the starboard side of the bow of the Andrea Doria. We could see all the debris, we could see hawser lines, we could see panels coming off. It was an absolute mess. So I said, Stockton, please, and he just kept arguing with me in the sub. Very unbecoming of a submersible pilot. I was trying to guide him, I'm trying to give the best course of action to get him out of it. No matter what, I'm doing this. So he blew air in the tank, in the ballast tank, came off the bottom, motored full stick ahead, unbeknownst to everybody else, and I don't know why. He decided to turn the submersible 180 degrees at speed, still coming ahead, so he wasn't looking at his surroundings. He could have quite easily went up into the viewing dome, he could have went up into the tower, because it's got a clear acrylic hatch on there, and he basically drove at full speed into the port side of the bow, and we could hear the cracking of the fairing as he got us jammed in underneath. So I'm not going to say how foul my language was, but it wasn't good. And at that point, it was unprofessional behaviour of him. He started to panic. And the first thing was, do we have enough life support on board? I was like, Stockton, of course we got enough life support. We need to get out here. When do you think the dive team could come to get us out? Stockton, please, give me the controls. I'm going to get us out of this. We're stuck, we're stuck, we're stuck. Repeatedly, every time I went to take the controller from him, he pushed it further and further behind him, inside the submersible itself. I said, I can be quite vocal sometimes. At that point, it went on and on and on. I'm looking up inside the upper hatch. I could see where there was fishing line draping over the top of the sub. all the metal rebar. There was debris everywhere. He never once got out the seat in the back of the sub to go and look at his surroundings. So I said, let's get a communications check. Let's talk to the top side, let them know what's going on. What if there's no comms? I'm like, give me the controls. Let me talk to them. Let me talk to top side, and I'm going to get us out of this. This went on and on and on for a period of time. And eventually it took one of the paying clients to turn round, and Renata, who you're interviewing on Thursday, she shouted at Stockton to give me the effing controller. She had tears in her eyes. He reached round behind him. I had my head up inside the tower, so I'm still looking at the wreck, and he clattered it off the right side of my head. The controller landed on the deck plate. One of the buttons came off, the robust PlayStation controller. I picked it up, repaired it, and had us out 10, 15 minutes. Motored away from the wreck, came away 50 metres using the sonar, turned us around, dropped down, and I said, that is what we're supposed to do. And at that point, he was upset. He said, I owe you one, anything I can do for you. We came back on board the ship, and the divers had to reattach us onto the MS Lars once we recovered to the surface, because the deck skids were so badly damaged when he did the departing from the platform, because he did it incorrectly. And came back up on top. Obviously, the paying clients, I know one of them was definitely a good friend of Stockton's. We had Renata and one of Renata's friends. And from there, it was all, oh, cheers, David saved us. Slight exaggeration. It shouldn't have got to the stage it got to. If he in any way had behaved like any other submersible pilot I know and looked at his surroundings, talked on the radio, on the communications, let the top side know so there's an issue. He didn't do it. And then because people were cheering and the passengers were obviously very grateful for what I did, which to me is just my job, at that point he stopped talking to me. And yeah, it went on from there. Within a few months.
Mr. Lochridge?
Yeah, sorry.
I appreciate that. Thank
No
you.
worries.
Just want to ask you a few questions
Of
with
course.
regards to the Andrea Doria. Did the skids get stuck in the bottom of the ocean floor?
They got stuck under metal plates right up at the bow. The way he drove it down, down, it was so hard. There was metal plates lifted up underneath the mud, and the metal plates landed up on the front of the landing skids, staring at the starboard side of the bow before he did that manoeuvre that took us in onto the port side and jammed the fairing underneath.
And just to be clear, did you state, you didn't state this, but did he throw the controller at you at that
That's
point?
correct, and he hit me on the side of my head on the starboard side, yeah.
And in that situation, had you not been there to get it out or to assist in maneuvering the submersible to a safe place, what would have been the emergency response or procedure from topside or
Of course.
as a pilot?
Yeah, absolutely. So we would have notified topside immediately, which is what I wanted to do. And on call, when we left Boston, we notified the US Coast Guard what we were going to be doing, the port authorities, when we were taking the vehicle out. And we also, and I can't remember the name of them, I may have documentation on it, there was a commercial diving company that I communicated with, and they did an agreement with us that if there was any issue during the dive, they would come out and offer assistance. They had a full air and mixed gas system to do deep diving to bring us back out. In coordination with the vessel captain at the time, anytime we were going out, what we would do is, because we didn't have another asset on board the ship, what we would do is, me personally, I would reach out to organisations that are working in the area. It's very easy to find out. I had people that I knew that worked for Oceaneering, some of the companies that would work Gulf of Mexico, East Coast, West Coast of America. So I would reach out to them and they would know what we were going to do. So anytime we would do an operation, that's That was part of my job.
So this brings up a subject or question. So you departed Boston.
Yes,
You were towed by a offshore supply vessel, I'm going to guess, or a tow vessel?
that's correct. Yes, yes,
And you made notification to the Coast Guard Sector Boston.
that's correct.
Did the Cyclops 1 have an oceanographic research vessel designation letter?
It did have a reference number from memory, yes. It did have, yeah, I think so. And it was classed, I know, under the US Coast Guard regulations, and it was in the document that was released in 1993, which is still in effect. There is inspected vessels for submersibles, and it's anything over carrying 6 passengers. We were under that with the 5 in total, which is classed as an uninspected vehicle. Yeah.
So did the Cyclops 1 have a certificate of inspection from the United States Coast Guard?
That's a negative. It was uninspected.
Recorder, can you please bring up Exhibit 21, which is a letter to the stakeholders in December of 2015 from Mr. Stockton Rush? And I'm just going to ask a few questions regarding the Andrea Doria mission.
Yeah,
You had stated that there was 3 mission specialists aboard,
that's correct.
and by mission specialists, you referred to them as paid clients.
That's correct.
Can you explain to me a little more on what that means?
Anybody that was interested. So the company itself, the whole idea behind the company was to make money. That's it. There was very little in the way of science. There was very little in the way of media. So I know you would read things online, but at the end of the day, they weren't taking samples. Video footage, who would get all that information? Nobody. Very strong social media team that would sell the company, sell seats, basically, on Antipodes, on Cyclops itself. The organisation that we can see there, Argus Expeditions, I never had any involvement with them. It wasn't until yesterday I even remembered that was a thing. So when I watched the interviews. So yeah, these paying clients, they would pay to come in the sub. I would say 98% of the time it was me that would take them down, being the most experienced in the company. Yeah.
And were they scientists?
No. They were paying passengers. It was people that had money. Even when we did the dives, we were meant to do a dive following year, I think it was, and it was, don't quote me, Farallon Islands, but we ended up being weathered off, and we ended up coming into the San Francisco Bay and doing the first manned submersible dives down Alcatraz. The clients that had paid to go on this wreck that was offshore from San Francisco were more than happy to be, their fee went towards sitting in the sub and we driving them down to the bottom of Alcatraz Rock. So yeah, I had no involvement in the selling. I was 100% involved in piloting and taking these people down.
I just want to reference this document that we brought up, which is Exhibit 21. And in the third sentence underneath the paragraph Argus Expeditions, which is referring to the May 7th through 14th Cyclops 1 mission on the Andrea Doria. It says, on a very positive note, the first potential client we contacted is committed to the $20,000 fee to join us for 2 days, including just 1 3-hour dive, and has also secured 2 more individuals at $20,000, each despite our lack of significant supporting information, vessels, cancellation policies, exact timing. Do you know what fee these people paid for that?
So, from memory, I can't remember for the Andrea Doria, but I think it was $35,000 to dive with me on the Alcatraz. A lot of money.
Did Mr. Rush ever discuss with you Coast Guard regulations regarding passenger vessel operations?
Yeah, he did, and I think that was I don't think I know, that was the whole intent of having retired Admiral Lockwood on the board was to get us through some of the processes in dealing with the Coast Guard. So Stockton was aware about how we had to get the Coast Guard involved, especially operating in territorial waters. It's very important to do that and abide by all the rules and regulations. So no, he was very aware of the Coast Guard, yeah.
Was he aware that one passenger on a submersible for hire is considered a small passenger vessel operation and requires a certificate of inspection by the United States Coast Guard?
I don't know if he did know that. I don't.
Thank you.
No.
I'd like to go back to discussing with the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab. What was OceanGate's contractual relationship with the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab?
From my understanding, when I came across for my interview in the summer of 2015, I met with the Applied Physics Lab team, and I went down, Chief Operating Officer, CEO. We went down, we met with them, and the involvement that I could see and was told was they were going to be involved in the design, the construction, and also the assisting with the classing of the vehicle itself. This is Titan I'm talking about.
And what was the relationship between OceanGate and the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab with regards to workplace environment and in your own personal?
Okay. I'm sure I'm not the only person that's saying it. Stockton could be a very awkward person. And if he wasn't happy with somebody, he was very vocal. Very vocal. And he would bump his gums basically about APL, the team leader, about Dave, about Mike. Just, he would blame everything on everybody else. You know, if the Submersible Cyclops, which they were working on developing systems, if it wasn't fast enough, he would talk about it constantly at length. I had a very good relationship with the team. I communicated with them on a regular basis, became good friends with Dave Dyer, who's going to be appearing this week. Yeah, I was given full confidence in seeing what they had previously produced, and they obviously hadn't done any manned submersibles, but they'd done, you know, components for subsea, you know, these AUVs and stuff like that. I think for me, having the university involved, it gave this. It was confidence in what was going ahead. I think it would have been slightly different if I had rocked up for that interview and Stockton had said, "Oh, I'm building a sub." I saw the facility at Everett, which I'm sure you've been to and seen it. It's in a boatyard. Most manufacturers have got decent facilities, clean room areas for working on. There was none of that. So to have that collaboration, and it was a collaboration, I felt good about it. And that was one of the main contributing factors to me going across and working for OceanGate, having that on site.
And as the Director of Marine Operations with the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab, what was your role there? What was your responsibility? Like, what were you doing with them? It was more of an engineering. Were you testing their operations? Were you testing the new things they were putting in? And what was your opinion of those new changes?
Okay, so I was never a fan of the PlayStation controller. We did eventually, in certain occasions, because of failure, we would go hardwired into the sub, which in my eyes was a lot better. And the Applied Physics Lab, in my involvement, I would tie in with the team anytime they wanted to make changes to any of the circuitry or mechanical aspects of the dive platform of Cyclops 1 to work on the development, which was eventually going to lead to the final design of Titan. I'd be in the water with them. I would take the guys diving in the sub. We would test it. We would have lines on the subs just to see limitations, how far we could push the systems that they had, batteries, controls, trim systems, everything. I had a good relationship with them, put it that way, and we would dive in the sub a lot until they were phased out.
Mr. Lochridge, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
The hearing will now recess and reconvene at 9:40. This hearing is now back in session. Lieutenant Commander Whalen, please continue.
Mr. Lochridge, I'd like to pick back up roughly with the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab in OceanGate at that time, 2016 to 2017. There were some changes to the OceanGate employees and added some director of engineering. Can you speak to the additional changes to the director of engineering and what the company brought in?
So, Stockton,
Turn your mic on.
So Stockton decided to do all engineering in-house. He said he had lost confidence in APL. I think that was mostly a time thing in his head. As I said, he could be very impatient. So he introduced Tony Nissen and brought him in as a director of engineering for the Titan build, which was going to Titanic. As we all know, they'd already put everything online that submersible was going to the Titanic. So what happened was, over the course of a few months, Tony took over. They phased Dave out, they phased Mike out, and I don't know what the relationship was with the head of APL and Stockton. I think Stockton maintained an office in the Applied Physics Lab building. I'm not sure how often he would go down there or what sort of interaction there was. I know, obviously, hearing what we've been hearing the last few days and looking at the social media side of things, they did maintain some form of relationship to proceed with these third-scale models that they tested. And but I couldn't tell you how far it went in terms of doing the changes. This is the relationship with APL. I couldn't tell you how far APL got with the final design of Titan. And all I know is when Tony took over, they were going to be changing a lot. So, me being quite vocal, I said to Stockton I wasn't happy that we were phasing out APL. It got to the point that Tony and Stockton, I remember one day Dave came in to see me. We used to borrow dive gear from each other. And Dave came in to see me, and they stood in the corner, wouldn't even speak to him. And when Dave left, they told me I've never to speak to that gentleman again, which is ridiculous.
Who was never to speak to the gentleman again?
I was never to speak to Dave Dyer again. This is during 2016. So I had to have no correspondence with Dave Dyer. That's what I was told.
And that was said to you by who?
Oh, that was said to me by Stockton Rush and Tony Nissen.
What was the relationship that you witnessed between Mr. Tony Nissen and the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab?
Tony wasn't happy with APL. Stockton wasn't happy with APL. The two of them were very vocal, saying that they did not want APL to do anything else with regards to the design concept and the build of Titan. They were going to do it all themselves.
Do you know why they made that decision?
Can I say arrogance? Thinking they could do this on their own without proper engineering support. I mean proper engineering support from people that have built things that have been subsea. May not be submersibles, but known products. Proper engineers that work for the university. So,
did Tony Nissen have any, that you were aware of, any previous submersible design or construction?
He had none, which I voiced my opinions on to the Chief Operating Officer, Neil McCurdy, and Stockton Rush, and Joe Perry. I think pretty much all of them.
And what was their response to your concerns?
Stockton will do what he wants to do. That was it. So dismissed. And I didn't let it lie. I kept saying, we need to get APL involved, or, you know, there was all this talk of getting Boeing involved, NASA involved. I never saw Boeing, never saw NASA. All that was spoken to me at in my interview when I was going across. So hearing all these big names, and APL, obviously, I met with those guys. I met with the team. And because previously one of the submersibles I'd worked on, and it was an older sub, we ended up, one of the rescue subs, it was made of GRP, glass resin plastic. That hull was incredible, but it had reached its life cycle, and we changed that over to steel. So I had worked with non-metallic hulls before, so the whole appeal of coming across and doing that, it was amazing.
And you believed originally that it was going to be classed?
100%. 100%. That submersible was going to be classed. Because of my, because of my interaction with, I think the last big project that I worked on prior to moving across, James Fisher Defence gave me the role as a contractor. It was just over a year's project. I was the chief pilot responsible for the finalisation of the refit, recommissioning and trials and training for the Swedish Navy. That vehicle, 52 ton. I worked closely with Lloyds. Lloyds were in the facility in Scotland on a regular basis. I worked with them closely. I would dive with them to obviously see it through all the trials and basically the certification for that vehicle itself. So yeah, I said I am quite happy dealing with the individuals that I worked with Lloyds. I gave them the names, just wait. So.
Was it ever part of any contract that you signed with regards to coming over to operate a class submersible?
I signed a contract, an employment contract. The initial contract, it never had anything stating classed in it. And then the addendum that I had to sign when I was coerced into signing an additional contract after the Doria incident, the company decided not to pay for my wife and my daughter's permanent residence anymore unless I signed this additional employment contract. That didn't state anything about classification in it either.
Before I move ahead with the classification, can you just referenced an addendum to your contract. Can you please explain?
Sure. So I signed a employment contract with the company, and this is in the summer of 2015. In that contract, it clearly stated this contract will be invalid if immigration authority isn't approved for me to come across with my family and actually work legally in the US. The attorneys that we used, the immigration attorney, were based in Seattle. They managed to push through our immigration, as I said earlier, as an O visa, extraordinary ability, because of the role and the experience that I brought to the organisation. And after the Doria, when Stockton pretty much stopped talking to me rationally, I was called round one day. It was the end of the summer 2016, and Chief Operating Officer and Neil McCurdy and Stockton Rush, we got talking. I just thought it was a general chit-chat, coffee, and it led to Stockton saying they were no longer willing to pay for my wife or my daughter's permanent residence. I wasn't happy. I seriously voiced my displeasure in what they decided to do. I knew fine well it's because it's not embarrassing, but you know, I probably did. I embarrassed him in front of clients. He wasn't happy, and I knew that was the turning point in our relationship within OceanGate. So I walked away very upset, went home, told my wife. Stockton had been tried phoning constantly that evening, leaving voice messages, texts. I ignored them. I said to Carol, that's us, we're done. We're moving back to Scotland. I'm not standing for this. And anyway, went in the following morning, late, I did it intentionally, and the CEO, Stockton, came up and he said, I'm so sorry for yesterday. I've had a change of heart and I have decided I can't lose you. I need you on this project and I will pay for it. But you have to sign this addendum to your employment contract stipulating that if you leave over the next 12 months, you will reimburse us. So I said, okay, it's simple enough. Once I signed it, I was told by Stockton, and make sure you do not tell the immigration attorney that I've made you do this. So I obviously told my wife. So we did this, we proceeded on. So yeah, that's where we were at with that.
Just for clarification, what year and month was that you were?
It was August, September. So whenever the Doria dive was, June, July, August, yeah. It was all within a matter of weeks, whether it be a 10, 12-week period, everything happened.
And this was 2016?
That's correct, yes. The relationship broke down and, yeah.
Getting back to the classification,
Yeah.
and your understanding that you thought that the Titan was going to be classed
Yes.
by a classification society.
That's
At
correct.
what point did you realize that it was not going to be classed? Were you told, or did you basically figure it out on your own?
Well, I mean, it was common sense that they weren't going to do it, but officially I was told repeatedly, anytime I said to Stockton or Tony, I'm quite happy dealing with ABS, Lloyds, GL, if we're getting these people in, it's in hand. It's in hand. Engineering are dealing with everything. Now, I knew what they were like. Tony and I had run-ins close on daily basis. At that point, the relationship had broken down with myself and Stockton. In terms of any time I had any issue or my team had any issue and I would report it, I don't know. I maybe came across as the troublemaker within the organisation because I was so outspoken on any issues, you know, in terms of my confidence in the inexperienced engineering team that were employed by OceanGate once they dismissed APL.
So you were the director of marine operations, and Mr. Nissen was the director of engineering.
That's correct.
So not specific to OceanGate, but specific to your previous companies that you worked with.
Yes.
What type of relationship have you had in the past prior to OceanGate with regards to the directors of engineering and as a marine operations?
You have to work hand in hand. In terms of, you know, we work very closely as subpilots, even on the systems that I work on just now with the designers, even when we're doing any sort of modification to the submersibles under class guidelines and approval and recertification, we work very closely with the designers, with the fabricators of the equipment to make sure the materials that are being used are completely within specification and safe for ourselves and for the operators of these submersibles. So, yeah.
And did you have a relationship like that with the director of engineering at OceanGate?
We never had a relationship. It was the opposite. Yeah, we didn't go on because he didn't like my opinion on his thoughts, his process. More so, even more when the components for Titan, which 80% of were on the submersible that was involved in the incident, they were reused. So yeah, I voiced my displeasure. I say it was quite regular, and I'm sure some of my previous team who left because they weren't happy with the conditions, the way they were being treated by senior management, I'm sure they would back me up on that.
Were you involved in the winding of the first or prototype Titan hull at Spencer Composites?
Not at all.
Were you asked to be part of that process?
Not at all.
Were you involved in the design or construction of any parts of the first Titan hull?
Nothing.
Were you asked to be part of the process?
Initially, when I came across and moved over to the US to work for the organisation, I was meant to be leading the project, not as an engineer, but oversight from an operational background, giving my experience on the components, steering, everything. Basically, the components of the submersible and the operations, how we were actually going to be carrying out the operations. So yeah, I was told a lot of things that never evolved.
And you previously have brought the OceanGate Director of Marine Operations in your roles and responsibilities. And I'm going to read, it says, as the Director of Marine Operations for OceanGate, Inc., David Lochridge is responsible for ensuring the safety of all crew and clients during submersible and surface operations, for maintaining and operating all marine assets, and for achieving the mission objectives during diverse and challenging submersible expeditions. So as the Director of Marine Operations and the Chief Pilot, what does this mean to you with regards to your obligation and your personal responsibility for the people within that submersible?
Mr. Lochridge, one moment, please.
Yes.
Commander William, what are you reading from there?
That is it was the OceanGate website, Director of Marine Operations, and Mr. Lochridge's roles and responsibilities, which was previously inserted as an exhibit from another exhibit that had been pulled.
It was that one there, Mr. Newberg.
Which was Exhibit 004, original.
Zero zero 4 is not in their binders.
Take a 5 minute, take a 2 minute recess.
Yeah, at this time, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess to provide OceanGate with a copy of that exhibit. The hearing will reconvene at 10:05. The hearing is now back in session. Commander Whalen, please continue.
So, Mr. Lochridge, my previous comment, to which we deliberated over, was your profile description from the OceanGate website as the Director of Marine Operations, as you previously stated and read into the record. As the Director of Marine Operations, what is your responsibility and obligation to the safety of the submersible that you are operating?
My responsibility is to the passengers, 100%, and myself. The vehicles themselves, I've got to have 100% confidence in the ability to be able to maneuver, dive, bring back up to the surface, and get those people out safely without any thoughts of, are components going to fail, or is there any issues topside that are going to affect this? It's paramount. I mean, you have to have the confidence in the equipment to do the job. It's like every other industry. If you don't have the confidence in it, you don't do it. That's it.
And did you have confidence in the way that the Titan was being built at this time?
No confidence whatsoever, and I was very vocal about that, and still am.
And as an experienced engineer and operator of submersibles with over 25 years of experience, why do you think they dismissed your concerns?
Cost cutting, bad engineering decisions. I would say that's the two main things. The desire to get to the Titanic as quickly as they could to start making profit. I knew nothing about the financials side of things, but yeah, there was a big push to get this done, and a lot of steps along the way were missed. And it was pretty evident, not just to myself, to Mr. Tim Catterson, to Chris Imes, who are both very experienced submersible pilots with years and years of experience. And we all voiced concerns about what was happening in terms of the engineering of Titan, and even more so when the components started arriving at the facility in Everett during 2017.
Is the dismissal of such safety concerns by experienced pilots and operators the norm within the submersible?
No, it's not acceptable, and I don't know why, but the chief operating officer who's running the organisation, he should, when anybody goes to a chief operating officer, if the CEO is saying do this and you don't agree with it, you go to your next in command, you let them know that you're not happy with it. Anytime I would give my displeasure in what was happening, or disapproval, I'd say that's probably the best word, I was dismissed. So everybody knew. From the engineering team, I mean, I spoke to every single one of them, all these children that were coming in straight out of university. Some hadn't even been to university yet, that Tony Nissen had employed. Stockton had no experience building submersible. None of them did. None of them were experienced submersible operators. I know the company had been on the go since 2009. There was no experience across the board within that organisation. That initially was the entire appeal for me going across and transforming things and making something good out of what at the time was nothing. It was nothing. It was all smoke and mirrors, all the social media that you see about all these past expeditions. They always had issues with their expeditions. I didn't know this at the time until I went across, speaking to contractors that had been on the previous jobs. Yeah. Sorry, I do apologise. That was...
So in the fall of 2017,
Yes.
the first Titan hull begins to come together. So the winding is complete and the new parts begin to come into OceanGate. Were you there at the time?
Correct, I was.
And at that point, what was your role and responsibility with regards to the new Titan hull and the
No.
parts coming in and reviewing? Were you part of the review process of these things coming in to your submersible?
Initially, No, not until I was asked, which is on the voice recording, which you have all heard, which and Stockton states in there, he did ask me to do an inspection of the Titan. This is once the vehicle was complete. So up until then, anytime any of the components would come in, my desk overlooked the loading area where stores would come in. The components would come onto the shop floor before they were taken through to the engineering department. I looked at everything, and there wasn't anything, and I mean anything, on that build, or pre-build, basically when the components were there, that gave me any confidence in them producing an efficient product. Nothing. And as I have reiterated, and I probably will continue to do so, I was very vocal about it to all of them. Every director within the organisation. Owner's wife at the time, I don't know whether she was, all of them. And it didn't help the relationship, but at the end of the day, safety comes first. And any time you're going in a sub, most important thing is going home safe to your families, not going and making money and pushing the envelope as everybody keeps quoting in the news. It's nothing to do with that. You want to be able to do something safely. Yes, you're taking a risk going down a submersible, but don't take risks that are unnecessary with faulty, and I mean faulty, deficient equipment. And everything that came in had anomalies or deficiencies in the product itself. I wasn't the only one that saw this. There was a lot of people saw every component coming in. Yeah, I was the most vocal.
Recorder, can you please bring up Exhibit 098? Which was the Director of Marine Operations inspection report.
Yep.
Mr. Lochridge, have you ever seen this document?
Absolutely. I made this document, and if you've no objections, would you allow me to read this out?
And what is that?
It is the same, well, sorry, it was the initial cover letter to all the rest of the directors of the company and Stockton Rush, the CEO.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Is that the email that's displayed here, sir?
That is. Okay, so this was sent to all the directors, Tony Nissen included, who was Director of Engineering. With Cyclops 2, Titan, being handed off from engineering to operations in the coming weeks, now is the time to properly address items that may pose a safety risk to personnel. Verbal communication of the key items I have addressed in my attached document have been dismissed on several occasions. So I feel now I must make this report so there's an official record in place. As a Director of Marine Operations, it's my professional opinion that the items noted in my report are significant in nature and must be addressed. I have also included my recommendation to how we should be addressing each issue in the attached quality inspection report. As stated in my employment contract and job description, David Lochridge is responsible for ensuring the safety of all crew and clients during submersible and surface operations. I feel we all have a duty of care as management to all personnel, whether it be staff or mission specialist. Therefore, it is my opinion that until suitable corrective actions are in place and closed out, Cyclops 2, Titan, should not be manned during any of the upcoming trials. My report and the relevant attachments are merely a clear stated record of what I feel should be addressed to allow for successful and safe operations with OceanGate Incorporated. This report was prepared by myself as part of the pending handover of the asset from OceanGate Engineering Team to the Operations Department on the 18th of January 2018.
And when did you begin conducting this inspection?
So the official report where I started highlighting, I mean, I've been making notes all the way through when this product started appearing and obviously speaking verbally about it. In terms of the report itself, it was in the January. We had a conversation, myself, Stockton, Tony was there as well, a week to 2 weeks prior to this 18th of January. And Stockton, as you hear on the voice recording, I was asked to inspect Titan before the handover, not do a quality inspection of Titan, which is on the record, on the voice recording of my dismissal, which you all hold and have heard.
What's the difference between an inspection or a quality inspection?
Okay, for me, common sense. If you're asked to inspect something, it gives the person inspecting it the opportunity and the ability to take notes, provide recommendations, their dissatisfaction with anything, and submit that. It's not just a case of scribbling something down on a bit of A4 paper and handing it over. To do an inspection of something, you have to have a record in place. And for me, this was my opportunity, being asked to do it prior to the sub being handed over, and abomination of a sub, but prior to that being handed over, this was my opportunity to raise everything that I had seen during the build and the final build of Titan.
And over the next few minutes, I'm going to ask you to go through the report.
Absolutely.
And we will follow along, which is the same report that you have.
Yeah. Okay, so
And I can guide you through it if you'd like that.
thank you.
So the first component or deliverable you have is the viewport, O-ring, and fasteners.
Yeah. Okay, so the viewport itself. Any other viewports, whether they be small, whatever the design type, everything for those designs is carried out under PVHO guidelines, okay?
Which stands for? Pressure vessel for human occupancy.
There you go. Now, that organisation, it's basically a task group that's formed, and US Coast Guard are on that task group, US Navy, ABS, the manufacturers of the viewports themselves. Now, there are so many people on that, and I do have a list of all the committees that are involved in that. Now, this task group are basically, they were developed years ago, I think it was the 90s, and they developed these standards with how pressurized vehicles for human occupancy were designed, built, and operated. So all these people with vast knowledge have fed into this system and set these guidelines. Going back to the viewport, the viewport itself. So the viewport, when it came in, we saw it. I was told it's completely out of standard design parameters. I was told that when it arrived, which isn't a good sign. On the inspection notes, the viewport was installed by OceanGate Engineering Department prior to this inspection. This is my inspection of 2018. No thorough inspection of the acrylic or the O-ring could be carried out on the inspection day. I was not allowed to be there when all this was being put together. So my corrective action on that was documentation to be issued to the operations department showing completed pressure test results and associated documentation from Hydrospace Group, which is the manufacturer of the acrylic viewport itself. Engineering director has denied my request for those records to be produced. To reiterate on that, as I said, when we go back to the voice recording, which I hope is allowed to be made public knowledge, a 2 or 10-minute interview or dismissal interview, they state that the viewport is out with parameters and they quote on other things. For a dome, there was pitting and scoring evident on the dome itself, which is the titanium dome. So on the forward dome ceiling face, okay, and this was the existing dome that was used during, unfortunately, the incident last year, okay, because everything was reused with the exception of the carbon fiber hull. So at the 12 o'clock position, it must be noted that a plunge hole is present. This will create the least path of resistance of seawater on this critical sealing face. A double dovetail O-ring groove has been machined to captivate the O-ring, yet with the plunge hole, this type of O-ring groove is out with standard design parameters. Now, I know yesterday Mr. Carterson was explaining to you about the machining of these components. Now, the items, would you be able to jump ahead on
We're going to go to
that?
page 7, I believe that is.
Perfect. So the first one is on page 5. If you jump to page 5, this will give the indication. This is still part of my report. So it's this section there.
Go to the next page.
Okay. So image below shows the type of O-ring groove currently machined on both the forward and aft Cyclops 2 Titan dome sealing faces. Okay. This selection deviates from the standard design process for our application. The addition of this unnecessary plunge hole in both our O-ring grooves also deviates from standard design process. As can be seen on both the images on the next page, the O-rings are not fully captivated due to the plunge hole. And this void on either side creates the potential for the least path of resistance of seawater. In my experience, the potential for this issue will be exacerbated by if we see any sort of buckling of the materials during the immense pressure changes as we go deeper. Now, the reason I put that in is this is the first carbon-hulled, carbon-titanium subsea vehicle ever built to go down with these components on it. And nobody knew what the loading was going to be on this. No computer is going to be able to tell you with those components, no matter what. Nobody knew. So in terms of the O-ring groove itself, as you can see from the images up there, I can't remember how deep the channel was for the O-ring itself, but that type of O-ring groove is a double dovetail. As Mr. Carterson said to you yesterday, that allows the O-ring to be popped into place and it stops it from falling out. The reason that was put onto the forward domes is especially the forward dome on Titan, that was on a hinge, okay? So if they did have an O-ring in there with, say, a single dovetail, they risk running, basically the O-ring itself could fall out during manually operated procedures. The one on the aft dome, it had exactly the same in it. It had the plunge hole, which the machining company that dealt with the titanium put in. When this component came into the facility, I was appalled. I had never seen this before. I have dealt with God knows how many O-rings, O-ring grooves throughout my career, even going back to when I was in the Navy, when I was still a kid. That is wrong.
Were you involved in the design of the forward dome and forward titanium ring?
None of it. None of it. I mean, the concept itself, it was discussed to me on several occasions, and I know the contractors, Tim Carterson and Chris Imes, they would tell us what they were going to do in terms of the mounting of the components. There was always something we would say, why aren't we doing this? Putting stiffening rings in. Why aren't we doing some sort of tensioning device? Because we don't know what's going to happen with these sealing faces. And they were dismissed on countless occasions by the engineering team and Stockton. And I always voiced my concerns, and I always went to the chief operating officer with this. Yeah, anyway.
And just for the record, this is on the original first Titan hull, as we previously discussed.
It's on the original Titan hull, and it's also on the second hull, which was involved in the incident. They reused these domes, they reused these sealing faces, they reused the acrylic, they reused the interior. Everything was reused. It's all cost. Now, I wasn't there for that, but I know firsthand everything was reused. And I'm sure that'll all come up as part of the investigation. How the hell they managed to get the carbon removed from segment 1, segment 2, that'll be an interesting topic. So that was on the O-ring grooves. I don't know if you're happy to move on.
I'm happy to move on. If we can move on to the next image,
Yeah.
which
Image.
Okay, so we'll jump onto that one.
what,
Okay.
what are we looking at here, Mr. Lochridge?
So what we're looking at there is this hull was wound under the supervision of Tony Nissen, Stockton Rush. The hull itself, the intent at this point, originally, the hull, when I was involved in the project, was going to be 7 to 10 inches thick. The design decision jumped on and it was changed to 5 inches thick. That was the thickness of the carbon hull itself, all the way around. These sections that you can see there, now when the hull itself was wound on the mandrel, which OceanGate owned, the carbon was wound on so many layers, couldn't tell you how many, and this impregnated glue that would be applied on at the same time. I'm no carbon fibre expert, but what happened was when the hull came in and the cut-off sections were brought to the unit at Everett, the cut-off sections were the excess from the design overall length of Titan itself. Can't give you a figure. It could have been 3 inches, it could have been 6 inches, it could have been more. And what happened, from memory, it might even have been that, so maybe 5 inches thick. And what happened was these sections of excess came in, the CEO and the engineering director decided that let's chop these up and give them to the clients that have paid to go on the Titanic. Let's give them out to the staff at OceanGate. We were all handed these. 1, 2, yep. Now, when the hull came in, I could see all the imperfections on it. This is one of the samples that I was given by the engineering director, which came from these cut-off sections. And please look at the state of it. There was so many delaminations, so many voids. The imperfections were incredible. There was glue runs everywhere. And that's a red flag, you know? I mean, I did my research at the time. I understand, I don't know how accurate it is, but from my understanding, anybody that's manufacturing anything to do with carbon, they will produce an excess and chop off the excess, okay, so that it's a clean cut. Now, even then, the clean cut that was on Cyclops, the initial hull, 0.1, whatever we're calling it, it was a mess. You could see all the imperfections on it. Now, these samples that you can see up on the board, you can see the cuts, you can see the delaminations. It was so visible. That component itself, I handed off to my attorney when OceanGate decided to sue me because of when I was under the protection of the whistleblower protection scheme with OSHA, which we can go into. And that was proof of why my justification of questioning the feasibility of using a hull that had so many imperfections in it. The image on the right side, on the starboard side there, that is me shining a torch through the back. Now, that one section itself, that is a 5-inch section of carbon fibre. That is part of the hull winding, the initial hull. All the way through that, I mean, I just held my torch and took a photograph of one of the sections of the hulls. You could see all the way through it. It was like porous paper. It was disgusting. When I saw this, when I saw the imperfections in the hull itself, I highlighted this repeatedly, and I was constantly put down about it. It'll be fine, the glue will hold it together. Really? So yeah, that's the two images you've got there. That section itself as part of the lawsuit, and after fighting OceanGate for 10 months to try and raise public awareness about this abomination of a submersible, it was destroyed by my attorneys along with their paperwork. Now, the hull itself, you could physically see, I know I may be jumping here, but it's to do with the carbon. The hull itself, this 5-inch thick, you could honestly put micrometers down this, verniers. You can actually feed it down several millimeters. Hope you don't mind me using the metric system for that. Don't know how many thousandths of an inch that is, but you could actually put the thin end of a vernier into some of these holes of this 5-inch thick hull. It was disgusting. Their mitigation, once they glued on the titanium end caps, okay, and we've all seen the gluing video, they were quite vocal about it on social media, the peanut butter. How they mitigated all these holes was they got this company in from Everett, Washington. They took the hull out into the car park at the back of the marina, and they created a pop-up tent and sprayed it with truck bed liner, which I have never seen or heard of in any subsea application in my life. So basically, in the back of your F-150 or your Ram truck, the hardy material that you stand on to stop it getting rusty and scratched, that's what OceanGate engineering team decided to do to stop water getting in through these holes. Now, I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm looking at all your faces here that's got the common sense to question this method, especially when it's never been done before. Appalling. Absolutely appalling.
What did that coating do for the outside with regards to the carbon fiber and your ability to conduct a visual inspection of the hull?
You could not. So on the hull itself, I can't remember what they called it, but when they were doing the winding, I'm sure one of the engineers will give you the correct wording for this. There was some sort of green coating that was put over the mandrel, and that material covered the inside of the carbon face itself. Now, when they removed the mandrel, that green, yellowy sort of material, whatever it is, covered the carbon. You couldn't see the carbon. When they stuck on the titanium segments at the end to form the pressure boundary, you couldn't see the end of the carbon anymore, the affected 5-inch surface. And when they applied the truck bed liner, I don't know how thick they actually applied it on, but you couldn't see the carbon fiber. So that hull could and would never have been able to be inspected by anybody to see any sort of degradation, any potential faults. I mean, like steel or titanium, if you've got a known fault, you can see it, you can NDT it. They decided not, as I said, to do NDT, jumping. But yeah, the materials they used for this, you wouldn't be able to inspect that carbon fiber. And for me to highlight all those visible issues, and you'd be naive not to say they were not visible, they dismissed me and said they were going ahead with it. And they had already booked clients for that mission in 2018. They were going ahead with this.
Was this report provided to the board of directors?
So I asked for it to be provided to the board of directors. I spoke to Bonnie about it. Unfortunately, from my understanding was I submitted it. And I didn't do it out of badness. I didn't do it for any ulterior motive. I did this so that all my voice concerns were put down on paper, and so that they could actually go, wow, I can see where he's coming with this. There's a lot of things on this report that could affect the integrity of this hull. A lot of things, from the out of standard viewport, from the just everything. I mean, I know I sent you the images of last week, and I don't know whether they'll be on the system, but it was the ballast system. I mean, there's just so many. Excuse me a second. I don't know if you've got them on. I'm happy.
We
if they're
have
not.
them we have them embedded into an exhibit.
No problem at all. But if you don't mind, can I discuss them?
In just 1 second, we'll bring the exhibit up so everybody can see.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
91?
It'll be exhibit 91. I think it's Titan Systems. And if you could scroll to the pages that I had stated. Mr. Lochridge,
Yeah.
what is the image to the far right?
So the image that I've got, oh, sorry, to the, right, okay, so, Stockton.
It's on page 9 of the exhibit.
I will say it, Stockton like to do things on the cheap, okay? There was obviously cost implications, there was a lot of investment went into this, but that image that you're looking at on the right-hand side is Stockton's idea of a scrubber unit.
Recorder, can you please zoom in on that?
Now,
What is the purpose of a scrubber?
okay, so to maintain the atmosphere inside a manned submersible, what we've got is we've got small cylindrical drums and we put a chemical in there called soda sorb. Now what happens is to maintain those submersibles at atmospheric pressure so that you don't see an overpressure, what we do is as you're breathing out, the carbon dioxide is absorbed into this product, and what you've got to do is you've got to top up the oxygen content. That allows the atmosphere to be controlled. Okay, so you're not bringing additional air into the chamber itself. If you were to do that, you would overpressurize from the internal. So like, easiest way to describe it is technical divers, where what they'll do is they will breathe out, it's absorbed into the CO2 absorbent, and because of that, there's no bubbles come up. And then what they'll do is they'll apply oxygen. Same principle for manned submersibles as well, and they all use this. Stockton decided not to go down the route of using a known manufacturer. As I said, one of the contract companies that I work for, James Fisher Defence, they also own Divex. They design, build for hyperbaric chambers, manned submersibles, properly built CO2 scrubbers. So that
When was this picture taken?
That was taken from memory. It may have been 2017. May have been 2017. In fact, I think it was 2017 because at the end, because they wanted myself and a couple of individuals to do a test of it. Now, as you can see, it's a plastic tote from Home Depot, still got the labelling on it, and a fan from a PC, a computer. He wanted to do a test on it. I obliged just to humour him, and we did that in the sub, and it didn't work. I don't know if they used this contraption inside Titan. You would need to speak to somebody that was involved afterwards. But during 2017 and the start of 2018, when I was there, that was his intent, to use that device.
Thank you. And the next image?
Okay, so the next image here is...
If you could describe.
Yeah.
It's the high-pressure air variable ballast tank.
Correct, if that's what you want to call it. We'll call it that loosely. This bag itself was, I don't know if this was on Titan or not, but this was meant to be the system that was going on there.
Next page.
That's okay, I'll wait until it's up.
Keep going.
Can you give the page number that you're referencing there?
Okay, it's my own notes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, if it's not up, it's
It is, I have it. We just have to get to the, there we
No
go.
worries. There you go.
Variable ballast system.
Okay.
So it'll be the,
So the system on the port side on the left, I don't have images of that. That was not taken by myself. That was, I'm sure I saw that in the media. That may have been done during one of the expeditions.
zoom into the image on the right.
Okay. So the image on the right, which I hold in my hand, the cream-coloured bag that you can see on the right-hand side, this was the ballast bag to assist with positive buoyancy. This was the intent. I know Mr. Carterson discussed it yesterday. The design of Titan was to eject these drop weights. That would allow them to get neutral trim, and then once they'd finished the dive, eject more. That will give them positive buoyancy to return to the surface. As another form of achieving positive buoyancy, they decided, this was Scott Griffith and Stockton Rush, and they decided to use this Coast Guard. It's an old fueling bag from the Coast Guard. Don't know where they purchased it from. And they manufactured this, rigged this up. I mean, it had to be cleaned out. It was still full of fuel. And the intent for this was to provide additional buoyancy to the submersible itself, okay, using high pressure air. The black hose that you can see coming off the bag itself, this was from, this is comical, shop vac, okay? So in the UK we call it a hoover. This was glued onto the bag itself. The orange line that you can see coming off of the shop vac hose, their intention was when the hose is in the down position, the air will be trapped inside the bag, allowing the bag to be full, allowing them to achieve positive buoyancy. When they wanted to vent the bag without dropping their drop weights to start going down on a dive, they would, and I'll jump on to the next, if that's okay.
Cool. Hold on just one second.
Yep, no problem.
Let me grab the page for the recorder. That would be page 15 of the exhibit. And it will be the top left picture. Or if you could just zoom out a little bit. And Mr. Lochridge, what are we seeing in that top left picture?
Okay, what you see in the top left picture, the orange line that you saw coming down from the shop vac hose, which would allow the bag to vent or trap the air once the high pressure air was applied to the bag itself. This was controlled, this was built by Stockton Rush in his garage at home. This is an old fishing reel winding system. I'm not a fisherman, so I'm sure somebody will be able to correct me on this. But he rigged this up, and it was on a motor, so he could send a signal to this winder, this fishing reel system, filled inside an oil-filled container, and this would allow that orange line that you saw in the previous image to move the shop vac hose up and down. That's what that was. That was rigged up, not classed, not approved by anybody. Yeah. I wasn't impressed.
Were these images part of your report?
No, and the reason being is when I did the report, there are other items that, we can talk about today or have came to mind, over the last 6.5 years, 7 years now, since my termination. There was so much I could have put into that report that would have genuinely looked like I was pointing the finger at the CEO, and that it wasn't my intent. I didn't want to lose my job. I wanted to go to Titanic, you know, it was on my bucket list. I wanted to dive this, but to dive it safely. Because of the tangent that the organisation went off on, I mean, there were so many things that could have been in my report. These images, I genuinely, in preparation for this hearing, I wish I'd had them to last year's hearing where we spoke, you know, about the incident itself last September. I found these, and they weren't to my attorney, they were to one of this is my previous attorney from last year. It was from, 2018 attorney during the lawsuits and the involvement with OSHA. I stumbled across it, and that's why I sent you that through. I just thought it prudent that you should have these images. So no, they were not, sorry for rambling, they were not part of my report at the time. I'd completely forgotten about them. Completely forgot about them.
So now in January, you complete the report.
Correct.
And once the report is complete, what was your next step at that point?
To send it out. I'd been discussing with the only trainee pilot I had at the time was Bonnie, who you spoke with yesterday. I spoke with her. I said, look, I am going to be submitting this report. She was there when Stockton had asked me the previous week or 2 weeks before to do an inspection of Titan before the imminent handover. So I discussed it with her. I got her to proofread it. She's like, wow. And I sent it straight out to them all. And obviously with the cover letter that I read out, you know, a few minutes ago, there's no way I was signing off in this. I knew during 2017 when all these materials came in, there's no way at that point I was signing off in this. Aside from Titan, as I said, I had Antipodes, I had Cyclops, I had the maintenance, the daily operations of that. My team, as it was going, was getting thinner and thinner. People were dropping away from OceanGate. Their turnover was incredible. So yeah, I mean, I was finding myself with a smaller and smaller team at that time. So yeah, I mean, Bonnie was the one that I spoke to about it, and then I submitted the document and sent it out to them all.
With regards to the turnover that you mentioned,
yeah,
why was there such a turnover? Did they discuss that with you, why they were leaving the company?
My team would. Give you one incident. When we did Mr. Carterson was there, when we did the dive on Alcatraz, on the way back out, we were going out underneath the Golden Gate Bridge, and we just passed it. Tow line snapped. I was in the shower at the time on the ship because I'd just been in the water, putting the bottom plates on the MS Lars.
Did you say the tow line?
The tow line, correct, for the launch and recovery system, with Cyclops on board. At that point, sorry, sir, can you just repeat the question just so I don't go off on one? Sorry.
Gladly. You had mentioned earlier that your operations department was beginning to dwindle and you were losing employees.
Thank you. One of the instances was when we eventually managed to tow the asset back in to San Francisco late in the evening. The CEO, in the presence of, I remember the Guillermo was there, who you're going to be interviewing, Wendy Rush was there. There was 2 board members there. Joe Perry was there. Tim Carterson and myself were on the MS Lars. I think he might have been driving the Zodiac at the time, bringing this back in with the vessel that we were using to assist with the operations itself. It was a long day. Took quite a while to recover the asset itself prior to it. It could have potentially crashed into the rocks. It could have potentially crashed into the Golden Gate Bridge. I don't know why. I can surmise. The CEO, Stockton, was watching from afar everything that was going on Somebody on the ship had let him know that this was happening. We towed it back in, and Alexandra Russell, she was the one that was communicating with him on the phone, and I was close by, and he was shouting and screaming at her on the phone, trying to give us, simple thing, trying to give us directions into what marina we were supposed to take the asset and bring the asset alongside. And this screaming was unbelievable. When we got on the dock, I tied up the MS Lars, tied up alongside. At this point, Alexandra was already out the boat. Mr. Carterson may remember this at the time, but the CEO was shouting and screaming in Alex's face. And it wasn't long after. It was disgusting. I was the only one that actually spoke up, and I did have a lot to lose. I did. I brought my whole family across to the US. I had to watch how I said it. Sometimes I could be quite vocal, but I was the only one that kind of calmed them down. She left. That was one of our main reasons for that. Isabel Johnson, she ended up leaving. She had her own reasons. That incident affected her as well. At that point, I had nobody directly working under me. I had Scott Griffiths, who ended up becoming, because I was too vocal on the project itself, he ended up becoming my superior. I think he ended up being the director of quality assurance, I think it was, for Titan. I was losing people hand over fist. We had an ex-Coast Guard employee that came in, and I remember there was one of the dives, Matt, I forget his second name just now, he was an ex-petty officer with the Coast Guard. We brought him in to help assist with topside operations. And example with Matt, he was topside, he was driving the towboat. I was underwater on a job at the time, diving off Seattle. Came back up, Matt told me his displeasure. He had arguments with the Chief Operating Officer and the CEO about how they wanted things to be ran topside. Matt was concerned with safety aspect of things. He came to me, I'm his direct superior. I go to them, and I was dismissed. So at that point, after Matt leaving, that was critical in me, apart from the standard, a self-help plan, outside help plan, incident reports, stuff like that. It was safety critical reports on anything, especially in my team, highlighted during their tenure with the company. So I would basically produce these documents and I would submit them to the Chief Operating Officer, which would voice my concern on the way things were handled, especially when I wasn't there, I'm underwater, they were topside. And it was distressing for me seeing people like that, people with experience. An individual from the Coast Guard, years and years of experience. I think Matt was a petty officer at the time. It was upsetting for me. I'm sure none of them will say anything negative about me. If they do, they do. But I would like them to give their reasons on why they left. The terminal, I didn't know this, but the OceanGates had hundreds of people on the books. I didn't know this. I didn't know this. They were letting people go hand over fist for whatever reason, raising concerns. Yeah, it was concerning.
You had mentioned an incident reporting system.
Yes.
Was that part of OceanGate policies and procedures?
So, if you have no objections, and I'm just going to read something from you may have it, you may not, the OceanGate Health and Safety manual. And if you don't mind, can I just read a portion of that? I don't have the whole manual.
Can you tell me what page it is on the manual? We do have the manual as an exhibit.
Near the beginning.
Hold on just one second, Mr. Lochridge.
No problem at all.
I know. I'll find it. What page, sir?
Pardon?
Do you know what page it's on?
No.
Okay.
If you just give me a sec, I'll try and find
Yes,
it.
sir.
Sorry about that.
Lieutenant Steele, what exhibit is that? Okay, let the record show that's Exhibit 27.
Mr. Lochridge, we also have the Health, Safety, and Environmental Manual from OceanGate
Sure.
in the binder under exhibit number 27.
Number 27.
Yes, OceanGate?
We have the cover page of that exhibit here. It's dated 2019, so I'm not certain if that's the same document that Mr. Lochridge is referencing,
It won't be.
given the timing.
Correct.
Okay, so
I was just going to verify which one he had, whether it
Yeah.
was the same or not. And
this is a good time to take a recess to align exhibits. We will reconvene at 11:05. This hearing is now back in session. Before we continue with the questioning, for the record, I want to note that the paragraph from the Health and Safety and Environmental Manual Mr. Lochridge is referencing has no material differences from Exhibit 27, which is dated in 2019. However, other portions of Exhibit 27 may have been updated since the document that Mr. Lochridge is reading was produced. Commander Whelan?
Thank you. Mr. Lochridge, prior to the break, you wanted to read a reference with regards to Coast Guard incident policies, procedures?
Yeah, this is to do with OceanGate's health and safety manual, which was in place prior to me starting the company, which I looked over. I just want to make reference to some of the comments. This is a statement made by Stockton Rush. OceanGate Incorporated, in fulfilling its legal obligation and its moral responsibility to provide a place of employment free from recognised hazards, has set forth this HSE policy statement, reinforcing its commitment to maintaining a safe and healthy work environment. This HSE policy statement is the cornerstone of the company's HSE management process. It is communicated openly and at every opportunity to employee, customers, vendors, and subcontractors, and has equal status with other primary business objectives. Violations of this policy should be immediately brought to the attention of management. The OGI HSE philosophy is that in the performance of our work, the health and welfare of the people involved and the protection of assets and the environment are the primary concern. No job is so important that we cannot take the time to do it safely. That wasn't the case. I just wanted to go on record to state that this was a policy that was in place. Basically, on that, it showed open door policy. You get any issues. This was discussed with me at the start of my employment. That it is an environment, safe environment to work in, and everybody is approachable if you have got any issues. It was so incorrect. It was untrue. The whole thing. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate on that from their HSE manual. That was OceanGate.
And is that from your own experience for you not to be able to approach or bring up safety concerns, or was that from the experience of other operations, people that you managed?
So in terms of external to OceanGate, everywhere that I've worked, whether it's been from underwater inspection, when I was working as a construction diver, inspection diver, sub-pilot, there is always the ability to be able to actually sit down, whether it's during a job, after a job, pre-job, and discuss issues relevant to the safety and well-being. Issues relevant to the safety and well-being of individuals, whether it be myself or somebody else that's going to be put in a position of imminent danger. This statement made it look as though it was open book policy. You have an issue, you could report it to senior management. I reported everything I possibly could to prevent senior management from going ahead and actually producing what they produced.
And so you have the 25 to 30 years of subsea submersible operations experience. Throughout those 25 years, it was the industry standard to be able to come forward as a submersible pilot to express your concerns with regards to safety.
That is correct. And even if it was at the start of a new build for a new submersible, you can go to the designers, you can go to the project engineers, the project managers, the operations manager, whoever were running the project. You would sit down periodically and do tabletops on any form of component that was going onto the sub, what they think should be added, what should be taken off. It was, everybody would have involved in those discussions. You know, there was maybe just a handful of times with other organisations where you would come along, you would have a look, you had a finished product. As a submersible pilot, a diver, it is your right to demand to get information on something where you are putting yourself at risk. And it's to basically mitigate, you know, potential for disaster. So anyway, with regards to OceanGate, I approached them on everything, every little thing from boat operations. Anytime we had issues, I would formally put them down if there was an incident, slips, trips, falls, any sort of incident, trap fingers, everything was handed off to senior management. So there was a record in place. In terms of kickback, you know, on changing operations to the way that I would see fit with all my experience, eventually with some things they would buckle and they would basically allow me to do them my way, and it would show them that it's the safest method. When I went along to the company, you know, they were towing the dive platform out with a Bayliner sports boat, you know, until they went ahead and got the ex-Coast Guard vessel. The company, in my mind, even when I went across, was in its infancy. Even although it had been on the go since 2009, they had certain policies in place, and the reason I wanted to say this, to show they were highly inaccurate. So, yeah.
And so when you created the inspection report in 2017,
Yeah.
was your intention of delivering the report to Stockton Rush and Tony Nissen?
It was to highlight it to everybody. Everybody that's on that, they knew. They knew my displeasure in the components. They knew my dissatisfaction. They knew. I mean, as I said, I wasn't allowed into, like, I got told this, I'm not allowed to go into the board meetings because we know you will open your mouth. You know, it was things like that. I'm not shy when it comes to safety. If I don't agree with it, as I said, put it down in writing, submit it, and, you know, everywhere else I've worked, it would be addressed. It would be addressed at the highest level. I mean, on occasions, it wouldn't even reach that level where it has to go at the highest level. It's something that the ops team would deal with in-house, and corrective actions were put in place in operations manuals and standard procedures. Yeah, so I mean, in terms of reporting, I would report everything. My team, you know, as I said, it would get whittled down to next to nothing. We would report everything. Through me, I would submit that to senior management, and it was all held by them.
So what happened when you submitted this report to the senior management?
So when I submitted the report to senior management, I got a message to say that there was a meeting in the boardroom at Everett at the facility, and yeah, that meeting turned out to be a 2-hour, 10-minute discussion on my termination and how my disagreements with the organisation with regards to safety didn't matter.
And who was involved in this meeting?
So at the meeting, there was Scott Griffiths, who ended up being quality manager for Titan, the Stockton Rush CEO, Tony Nissen, Bonnie Carroll, and myself.
And throughout the meeting, did they ask you for why you had these concerns?
Most of the talking, I mean, as I said, I hope this entire recording becomes public knowledge and it's allowed to be played. It would be very beneficial in everybody hearing the disregard for safety and disregard for advice. But I mean, during this, they highlighted so many things. The Viewport, you know, basically the quote on it during the dismissal. As I said, you've all got copies of this and you've all heard it. Stockton, and I will quote, "I will tell you what the acrylic is according to Will. He says the acrylic won't work at all." Why did he say that? Because he wants to sell us another one. He had more acrylic and he said, why don't you buy one like this? Because that will make it to 4,000 metres.
Mr. Lochridge, I just want to make sure, what are you reading from?
That's basically, I've just done bullet points from my dismissal interview, which you've all heard.
Yeah, I don't, OceanGate, have you heard that recording or dismissal interview? We don't have it in the record, so, yeah, I don't, at this time, I didn't.
Summarize.
Yeah, I think, can you just summarize your experience from that meeting, sir? And because we're not going to be able to enter that as an exhibit in the record.
Absolutely. No, I understand completely. Just for me, I mean, I've just taken bullet points from it. You know, I mean, I know it's probably going to upset a few people, but I will quote, "It doesn't just implode, it screams like a mother before it implodes." Now, for the CEO to say that in front of other people, right, regarding that carbon fibre, I'm putting that on the record, and I know you've all heard it. It's disgusting, it's appalling, total disregard for safety, not even just for himself, but for everybody else. Didn't care. Engineering department, they didn't care. So during that meeting, myself and Bonnie, for the first time, we discovered, because I mean, I had been pushing for the PVHO paperwork and pressure test information for the Viewport. And it was constantly refused, as you'll hear on this voice recording, which I hope OceanGate's attorneys do get a hold of as well, because it's certainly eye-opening. The Viewport manufacturer states that the Viewport is only good for about 1,000 metres. I'll take everything with a pinch of salt in terms of what the media are saying. There's been reports that he is now saying it was only good to 650 metres. I don't understand why it was ever produced. You know, I mean, it's somebody that's going along the lines of PVHO, but I'm sure that'll all come out, the understanding behind that. With regards to the hull, the Tony and Stockton kept reiterating about the acoustic monitoring system, how that will basically give them the status of the hull. It will give them baselines on what is going on in the hull, which I completely disagreed with. All it's going to do is actually give you indication when you've got another strand breaking within the component itself. I voiced my displeasure during that meeting about the lack of NDT, the discussion about getting it classed. You know, all that came up, and myself and Bonnie were completely dismissed. You know, that way, with everything I'd raised in the report, they had an excuse, they had an answer, and not one of them gave me any confidence, not one of them. You know, from cathodic protection to nothing. It was a disgrace.
Going into that meeting, were you confident that they would accept your concerns?
It'd have been naive of me not to think he was going to do something to me for doing this. I mean, I knew how Stockton would fly off the handle. I didn't do it out of badness. This report, I was asked to do it. Now, if it had been a case of the report, I hadn't been asked to do an inspection of it, I would have done one. You know, I mean, that built Titan sub was weeks away from getting handed off to myself. And through that whole build process, seeing all those components, I was appalled. So either way, whether I did a report on the 18th of January or whether I did a report, say it was March, it was going to be ready, whatever, I would have, on paper, put down my concerns because I was dismissed on every single occasion, from Chief Operating Officer, CEO, even the Media and Marketing Manager, all of them, Engineering Director, a lot of them. The only other director that agreed with me on my concerns was Bonnie. That was it. And she's got limited experience, you know. I mean, she had such good potential for being a pilot, you know, a future pilot, and such good confidence and, you know, dexterity and stuff like that. But like, the thing is, even prior to my dismissal in this 2-hour, 10-minute termination interview, the contractors that were working for me, Tim Carterson and Chris Imes, voiced their concerns. You heard Tim yesterday state to you that he would never get in that sub. Chris told him he would never get in that sub. Now, Tim's probably got 30, 40 years of experience in subs. Chris Imes ran Delta submarines for 20 plus years. You know, at one point he'd probably done more dives than anybody else in the industry. They refused to dive the sub. They voiced their concerns. It wasn't just me. Other people did, and they were dismissed. They were dismissed by Tony. They were dismissed by the CEO. They were dismissed by the CEO, which make a mockery of this HSE statement that, you know, working in a safe environment where everything is reportable to senior management.
Did you make concerns to Mr. Rush about operating the submersible and moving forward in the upcoming testing?
Absolutely. So the main thing with the integrity of the hull, jumping on before we go on to the diving, the whole thing with it being classed, the submersible was meant to be classed. Part of that classification process is to do unmanned pressure testing of not only the viewport, which should be designed, you know, under the PVHO guidelines, but the hull itself, you know, taking it to 1 1/4 its max operating depth, pressurising that. There's cycles that you use in these pressure pots. And that's the thing, Stockton had been in communication with, I know this is the first hull, but he'd been in communication with the test facility, and then they decided that they were going to charge too much money, so that's why he decided not to do it at that time. All those concerns were highlighted by myself. It has to be done properly. I would never have got in that thing. I will be completely hands up from the get-go. Tony Nissen, engineering director, gave me zero confidence in a product that I personally was supposed to be the chief pilot for or have under my care as a director of marine operations. Hands down, I would never go in that thing. And I wouldn't have. I really wouldn't have. And I wouldn't have encouraged anybody to go in it. And I think that's why I was quite vocal on the shop floor. Anytime any of my trainees were involved in anything, you know, whether they were asked to go and help the engineering team to go and help put a component on it, I would voice my concerns to every single one of them. And as I said, they all whittled out. Nobody wanted to do it. Nobody.
So with regards to the deep ocean test facility,
Yeah.
had they gone to would a test, the deep ocean test facility, give the hull a little validity in your eyes?
Not validity, but it would. There was so many imperfections in that first hull. As I said, and I'll reiterate and go back to seeing the external of the hull before they even, you know, before they applied this truck bed liner on the top. So many holes in it. That thing was not going to pass. If they'd have taken that over pressure, it would have failed. It would have, hands down. I could put money on it. It was a mess.
What did they say it was rated to?
4,000 meters.
And was that based upon a test or a previous test or a testing procedure?
That was based on Tony Nissen's calculations. Engineering Department, OceanGate.
Prior to your termination, were you consulted on the future test procedures and policies for the Titan?
So I gave them advisories. Stockton was insistent that he wanted to go in it for manned testing when they were taking the Titan to the Bahamas. I obviously voiced my displeasure. You'll have heard my comment in there saying, you know, about the accident investigation teams will get involved.
Can you summarize what you stated?
Yeah, basically, so my the only way to get him to see any sense, I knew that hull would fail. As I said, it was an absolute mess. I suggested to them, look, why don't you, if you've decided that you're not going to go ahead and take it to the pressure chamber and get it overpressurized, put it on a line, take it down, bring it back up again, but put your strain gauges on it. You know, all this acoustic monitoring that they were talking about. Put all that on the sub, take it down unmanned, keep doing multiple tests and bring it up. As I said, it was the only way. If I'd have said from the outset, I don't know. I mean, in hindsight, I knew he would have let me go. I knew he was going to let me go for the way I was being anti-project at that point. So whatever I suggested, it wasn't taken on board. None of it was taken on board, which is unfortunate.
Do you think the testing or the manned testing of that submersible, how do you think that would, if it would have, how would that have affected the submersible industry?
If it had imploded with people in it? Do you mean?
During the testing facility, where you had made the recommendation to do unmanned testing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
For him to go down in that solo as a testing, how would that have affected, as you stated in your statement?
Nobody else does it. This is a one-off. This project's a one-off. Nobody else would allow that.
So manned testing isn't a type of testing in the industry?
The hull would have to be pressure tested first to ensure the concept and the build of the submersible. Nobody's going to put anybody inside a submersible and take it down to depth without doing proper testing. Triton Submarines, I know Patrick's coming along next week. He'll tell you how it's done. They send the hulls off for pressure testing prior to building the components up and shipping them out to their clients.
So just to confirm, for the first Titan hull, the testing plan was to do manned testing.
As was Stockton wanted. After he changed his mind about getting it classed, which would provide oversight on the testing procedure itself. That's the thing. They came away from class, and doing that, the whole project just went in a completely different tangent. There was no safeguards put in place. There was none of them knew what was going to happen. You'll hear that in the voice recording as well. You know, I state, you have no baseline for that vehicle. You don't know what's going on with it. And dismissed, as usual, dismissed constantly.
Did he understand the risks? Do you believe that he understood the risks for manned test diving?
I think without actually saying anything, people know my opinion on Rush. His decisions, this was an ego boost for him. To go and do that manned and then follow it up with, and I know the individual's coming next week, Carol Stanley in it, who will describe that testing done in the Bahamas. I think hearing it from them firsthand, because I was away, the desire to do it manned, nobody's going to be affected. That's what he kept saying. Of course they're going to be affected. If you put somebody in an unpressure tested, uncertified vehicle and take it down and there's an incident, you know yourself, the accident investigation team would be down on everybody. And it would be harmful not only to the families of the individuals that go in the sub, which he ended up doing, but it just affect the rest of the industry itself. You know, fortunately, everybody else follows the guidelines classification. They'll listen to experience and they talk amongst themselves with all these task groups. PVHO get involved, ABS, Lloyds, GL, everything's done properly. Stockton went off on a tangent. The engineering department went off on a tangent. What for? To prove a point.
So after voicing your concerns over many months, and then through your report, your inspection report, and then following your 2-hour and 10-minute meeting.
That's correct.
What happened the next day?
So I was told that day that's us, we're finished, as you'll hear on the recording. So I was terminated. And then the chief operating officer, who I still don't understand why the individual running the organisation was not present in the meeting. He was actually in the building at the time. I don't understand why Neil wasn't there. To this day, I just don't understand. Was he told not to? I don't know. I'd love to know why. I was dismissed. I was emailed, no more correspondence, and I was emailed this letter saying that Stockton and I were at an impasse. So basically, we didn't agree on the way the organisation was going with how I think and know how it should have been done properly. I'm not saying I know everything about engineering. I'm not a degree qualified engineer. I've worked as an engineering technician. I've worked on mechanical systems, diving systems. I've been doing it a very long time. You know, I mean, I was signed up to join the Navy in the late 80s. You know, even when I worked in the manufacturing industry, you develop, I would say, common sense. So you know what's right and you know what's wrong. And if you're questioning something before you put yourself at risk, go to others and get a second opinion. They didn't follow that path, which is unfortunate. So, yeah.
In your opinion, what do you believe was the impasse?
He had to dive it. Now, I don't know whether it was a financial thing. He had to dive that year. I mean, that was the intention. There was clients lined up for 2018. They were booked. As far as I know, they were booked out for that summer. So how that's feasible, having a sub like that, a build quality like that, and then for these people that are running this organisation to think it's okay to put these people at risk.
And these were paying passengers?
All of them? Yeah, all of them. Yeah. Yeah.
And this was for Titanic Expedition 2018?
Correct.
Commander Whelan, I think it's important to clarify, when you say paying passengers, that was the plan, but for the Titan prototype, I don't believe there were any passengers carried in this prototype vessel. So I just want to clarify, Mr. Lochridge, that when you say passengers for hire or mission specialists, that was the plan, but you never saw that occur for the prototype hull.
That is correct. Before that thing even saw rainwater falling on it, I was away. I had nothing to do with any of the operations manuals, anything. I had nothing to do with it at that point, which was alarming, which is why I followed the path I decided to do, so that to protect public safety, I went down the OSHA route.
So, just so for the record, so when you departed,
Yep.
when you were terminated in January of 2018,
Correct.
what was the condition of the first Titan?
It was, in terms of the build itself,
In terms of the build itself, was it
They-
operational? Was it ahead of it?
the only component that they were waiting on was a carbon fiber high pressure air cylinder, which was going to be mounted to the underside of the submersible. And I think they were waiting on the second Continue battery, which is the external battery to provide power for the submersible itself. From memory, that's all they were waiting on.
So once you were terminated,
Yeah.
what did you do next?
Can I relate to my notes?
You can relate to your notes. We just ask that we be provided a copy of your notes after.
Absolutely, no problem. Okay. So, now the timeline I have previously given yourselves, and it was just that was basically a timeline of my employment with the organisation and where I was at with OSHA. You okay if I relate
you
to
can
that? Yeah,
and then
thank
we'll
you.
do, it is not as an exhibit You
Yeah.
can read through what you've prepared, which is just your notes, and then you'll provide it to us. And
Yeah, no problem at all. Okay, so when I was fired, I'm obviously, well, not just concerned for myself and my family, you know, what are we going to do now? But I didn't want anybody going in that submersible. I mean, it was dangerous. You know, as I said, the build quality was atrocious. So I spoke to Labour and Industries, and that was within a week of my termination. I'm just going to relate to my notes. Okay, so I was terminated on the 19th of January. On the 6th of February, after dealing with Labour and Industries, I had a formal conversation with OSHA. Okay, that was the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Okay, in the UK we call it HSE. They are the governing bodies that deal with health and safety issues in the workplace. They also coordinate with the US Coast Guard with regards to seafarers. So I informed OSHA. I did a call and emails with Tobias Kramer, I think it is. He was the Assistant Regional Administrator for OSHA that were based in Seattle. He decided at that point my issues and my concerns about public safety, about the public going in the submersible, were serious enough that he wanted me, he said it to me, I knew nothing about this, to be put and placed under the Whistleblower Protection Scheme. So I spoke to one of the individuals that dealt with the Whistleblower Protection Scheme, and I did a formal interview process to be enrolled into that scheme on February the 8th, 2018. I did an intake interview. We did many calls with each other, emails, obviously see when we got. Now, obviously being a seafarer and working for an organisation that's got marine assets, between myself and OSHA determined that I am a seafarer to allow the Coast Guard to get involved. That was on February 23rd, 2018. So by February the 28th, Bonnie Carroll, who you spoke to yesterday, she quits her job, citing my safety concerns in her resignation letter.
her job at OceanGate.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So because OSHA had decided that my concerns were serious enough for public safety and for the employees of OceanGate, you know, I mean, no matter what, as much as I didn't get on with Stockton, I wouldn't want to see anybody dying for the sake of going in a sub. It's a magical place. I love it. I'm very passionate about what I do. If there's risk like that, don't do it. You know, everybody wants to go home with their families. So at that point, OceanGate sends a letter to OceanGate and they formally inform the Coast Guard about my complaint, about my concerns. I do have all my documentation and my correspondence with OSHA on that, but one thing I would like to go on the record and provide to yourself, which is available just now on the OSHA website. I just want to put it into perspective as a seafarer, how OSHA determined under the Whistleblower Protection Scheme I was protected under the Seafarers Protection Act. So on the OSHA fact sheet, which I will give to yourselves, and I've highlighted key areas of it, okay, filing whistleblower complaints under the Seamen's Protection Act. Cover date employees. The Seamen's Protection Act, SPA, prohibits persons from retaliating against seamen for engaging in certain protected activities pertaining to compliance with maritime safety laws and regulations. Protected activity. A person may not discharge or in any other manner retaliate against a seaman because the seaman, and I've got these highlighted for yourself so it's on the record, refused to perform duties because of a reasonable apprehension of serious injury to the seaman, other seamen, or the public, if the seaman has first requested that their employer correct the dangerous condition. So going by OSHA's guidelines, And they confirmed, obviously, all my experience and documentation, which I gave to OSHA. They confirmed, and that's why they took me seriously. At that point, they put me under the whistleblower protection scheme. I can't remember offhand, there's like 40 different levels from different industries. So, jumping on to the same component, which is all relative to the lawsuit that OceanGate took out against me. So, unfavourable employment actions. A person may be found to have violated SPA, Seamen's Protection Act, if the seamen's protected activity was a contributing factor in the person's decision to take an unfavourable employment action against the seaman. An unfavourable employment action, and I'll give the examples, firing or laying off, which happened. During the lawsuit, which OSHA were totally up to date on, intimidation or harassment, which was very public, which I know everybody's seen the lawsuit, it's available online. Making threats, which they did to me and my family. Blacklisting, intentionally interfering with an employee's ability to obtain future employment. And last but not least, which is controversial, reporting the employee to the police or the immigration authorities. I had a good reason for being under the Seamen's Protection Act with OSHA. They deemed and approved it. That's why they passed everything to the Coast Guard. Yeah. So I've obviously got all my correspondence with OSHA here, which coincides with my timeline of everything which I'd already submitted to you. Would you like me to go into more detail on everything that we communicated with OSHA and how OSHA communicated with myself?
Yes.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'll just...
Would you like to take a little break?
Can we take 5? Is that possible?
The hearing will recess and reconvene at 11:57.
Thank you.
The hearing is now back in session. Commander Whalen.
Mr. Lochridge, please continue with your discussion.
Okay, so with regards to the communications with OSHA, the timeline, so for the record, I was under the Whistleblower Protection Scheme for 10 months trying to stop OceanGate from doing what they did. And I'm just going to read through everything in terms of notes and communications with OSHA. Okay, so and I can give you a copy of this. This is OSHA paperwork that was sent to myself and to OceanGate's attorneys. It's basically the case activity worksheet. This is just to let OceanGate know that the OSHA were putting me under the Whistleblower Protection Scheme because of the Seamen's Protection Act. So on the allegation summary, which came from OSHA, and that was issued by Paul McDevitt, on or about January 23rd, 2018, Mr. Lochridge was discharged in retaliation for raising safety concerns about the development and testing of a submersible marine vessel. So that's just to put on record, I was under their care at that point. This is after I'd done my intake interview for the Whistleblower Protection Scheme. So jumping on, I do the intake interview. I give them everything. I gave them the safety report. I gave them photos. I gave them as much information as I possibly could. The next instance, where is it? Do apologise. I'm just going to have a look through this. Okay, so the next instance after the Coast Guard are informed of my complaint, because OSHA took it seriously, that was on February 23rd, and I've got the correspondence for that. The next thing is Bonnie. Bonnie quits, citing my safety concerns and hers, and I informed OSHA of that. Just to let, for the record, and this is all on email, just an update, and this is me emailing OSHA. Just an update to let you know that OceanGate Director of HR and Finance, Bonnie Carroll, has left her position due to the same safety concerns as issued in my report, and also the unlawful termination of myself. Bonnie has said she would be more than happy discussing with you or your team all her concerns for health and safety to support my case. I also have the support of 3 very high-profile industry experts who, albeit have not seen my report, but they would be more than willing to discuss their concerns for the safety of crew and passengers, and how what is going on at OceanGate will infect the entire industry. So that was dated February the 28th. Okay. Email from Paul McDevitt, my, call him caseworker at OSHA. We sent a letter, this is March the 7th, 2018. We sent a letter to you in OceanGate notifying you that OSHA will be investigating your complaint of retaliation. The US Coast Guard has also been notified of your complaint. So that was the official correspondence that the Coast Guard were notified of what happened. I also reiterate on March the 7th. Thank you so much, Paul. I really appreciate all your assistance with this matter. As mentioned previously, Bonnie Carroll will also verify all my concerns if you require her to do so. They never did. They never got in touch with Bonnie. I gave her email, phone number, not once.
Mr. Lochridge?
Yes.
I'd like to touch on a point real quickly.
Of course.
That the OSHA stated that the Coast Guard was notified of your Seamen's Protection Act status, correct? And was there any discussion with OSHA on what the expectation was of the Coast Guard, or what you could expect the Coast Guard to do?
No, they just, what they said was they wanted to get the Coast Guard involved because of the circumstances with regards to the marine vessel that was being manufactured and it being a passenger carrying vehicle. Throughout the 10-month period, I will state I had no interaction with the Coast Guard, and all correspondence, anytime I would speak to Paul on the phone or Tobias, I was told it's in hand and we deal directly with the Coast Guard on your behalf. So I had no interaction with the Coast Guard throughout.
Did you ever personally reach out to the Coast Guard?
No, I did not. Okay. No. I thought, in hindsight, I was in good hands with the people that administer health and safety within the US. Okay. So,
I'm sorry, Mr. Lochridge, one
yes,
moment, please.
of course.
OceanGate?
If there is an opportunity for a short break, just to confirm.
Let's, before we proceed, take a 5-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 12:08. Okay, yeah, thank you for your patience. Hearing's back in session. We were just trying to align some documents. So, Mr. Lochridge, as you continue, if you could just give a reference to the email date or time you're referring to, that'll help everyone else just keep up on this side, sir.
For sure, no problem. So that was March the 7th. OSHA sent a letter to OceanGate and informed the Coast Guard of my complaint. The next event is my wife and I were served a settlement and release from OceanGate's attorneys, basically threatening us.
What was that date?
March the 16th.
And what was that for?
OceanGate wanted me to walk away from the OSHA claim. They basically, there we go. So OceanGate wanted me and my wife to sign this settlement and release. They were basically demanding that I pay them money to settle with them because they'd had to hire an attorney to represent them in the matter dealing with OSHA. On the thing, it basically comes up non-disclosures. They state that if I don't, they will contact previous employers, ex-spouses. OceanGate will contact US Immigration. Fraud, theft, everything's in this.
And what is that?
That is a settlement and release agreement that OceanGate's attorneys served to my wife and I in March 2018 to get me to back off.
OceanGate, do you have that document?
We do not.
Okay.
It's fine. OceanGate's attorneys sent this, so I'm
Understand,
happy
sir.
providing that document.
Okay, since I think we need some more document alignment, and this is important, we need to get into this. I recommend at this time we break for lunch and make sure we have full alignment of the exhibits.
Absolutely.
Before we continue.
Just to be clear, we just want to make sure we identify these documents and can follow because this was not among the ones we just looked at.
Okay, absolutely. This will give us some time. So we will, to allow that process and adequate time for lunch, the hearing will recess at this point and reconvene at 1:45 p.m. This hearing is now back in session. Over the break, Mr. Lochridge, we found the National Transportation Safety Board transcript of the recorded meeting that you had with Mr. Rush on January 19th, 2018. We're going to enter that transcript as a exhibit, and then but we're in the process of doing that.
Thank you.
So why don't we continue with the line of questioning we were on about when we stopped, and then as we progress, if later in your testimony you'd like to refer back to that meeting, we will now be able to do that.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Lochridge, when we left off, you were discussing a settlement agreement, and we can proceed with that discussion, sir.
Okay, so on March...
Oh, I'm sorry,
sorry.
Mr. Lochridge,
Yes.
I apologize.
That's
I do have one order of business before we start again. I just want to make it clear to the record that the counsel for OceanGate at the time of your interaction was not the counsel that is representing them here today. Thank you. Please proceed, sir.
Okay, so March the 16th, 2018, we were basically sent by OceanGate a settlement and release agreement that was sent to myself and my wife Carol, and a copy was sent to OSHA. During that, they wanted me to pay approximately $10,000 because they had to get legal involved to correspond with OSHA, and in that, if I agreed to pay this $10,000, which I certainly was never going to do, then what they state was if I paid it, they wouldn't contact previous employers, previous spouses, cause me fraud, immigration, basically everything that's out there, public knowledge. So we declined. I spoke to OSHA about it. I sent everything to OSHA. It was important that they had all correspondence of the documents. And OSHA's response to this on March the 16th from my caseworker, Paul McDevitt, Mr. Lochridge, and I will reference the email.
Yes, sir, we have those.
Thank you. Mr. Lochridge, this happened in another one of my cases. This is called a SLAP lawsuit. Read more about it here by clicking this link. The state of Washington has an anti-SLAP suit law, but in 2015 it was ruled unconstitutional by the Washington State Supreme Court. You might want to consult an attorney. I will ask our lawyers about this as well. I think OceanGate may be using this to pressure you into settling your OSHA complaint. The lawyer representing OceanGate specifically asked me if you were interested in alternate dispute resolution. I know this must be distressing, especially as you're going through the pain of losing your father. Try not to think about this until you get back to the US. I will let you know if I hear any more from OceanGate's attorney or OSHA's lawyers. Never once got any correspondence from OSHA's lawyers. At that point, I spoke to Paul on the phone and I said, absolutely no way I want to proceed with this OSHA claim. It's public safety. So from there...
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Before we progress,
Of course.
I'd like to understand the basis for OceanGate's countersuit against you. What was the allegation that you had done?
So the lawsuit was further down the line. This was, they wanted me, it was basically a settlement agreement. They wanted me to walk away by issuing all these threats against me. It wasn't, at that point, it wasn't a lawsuit. They threatened in this that they would proceed with legal, sorry, is that me? That they would basically sue my wife and I if I didn't pay this, so I refused.
Understand, sir. Thank you for that clarification. But
Yes.
what was their basis what was the allegation that you had violated?
So they stated that my whistleblower claim under the Seamen's Protection Act was not valid.
Because you would release proprietary information? Was that the allegation?
Potentially. I don't know. From a legal point of view, I'm not an attorney. but there's no way I was walking away from this. The OSHA had already done my intake interview for Whistleblower Protection Scheme. Whistleblower Protection Scheme protects people that are in employment and have been laid off because of safety issues. I was under their protection at this point.
Did you ever release any information to any other agencies or any other media beyond OSHA?
Media, no. And other agencies, no.
So the only entity you had released any records to was OSHA?
Correct.
Thank you. Please proceed, sir.
No problem. So I refused to pay this. I spoke to my caseworker when we got back, and then I received the email correspondence on March the 19th from my caseworker, Mr. Lochridge. I would like to discuss the possibility of amending your complaint after you return to the US. There is no rush to amend it, and I don't want to make matters worse for you. Give me a call later in the week and we can discuss. I did call him later in the week. I didn't understand why OSHA are asking me to change my complaint. I already submitted the complaint. They were happy with the complaint. They took all my points about the potential risk of the submersible actually coming into action. They took me seriously, as did Labour and Industries when I was first terminated from my project. So that didn't make sense to me. I reply on April 22nd as well, an email confirmation. Afternoon, Paul. As you can imagine, it's been a very stressful time for my wife and I over the last 5 weeks since receiving the threatening 41-page letter from OceanGate's attorneys. And I say, it's a big long email, I'm truly at a loss and wondered if OSHA had any guidance that they could give and what sort of support is available. Basically, I was looking for advice. I was wrongfully under the assumption that I was going to be protected, which had been told to me initially when I spoke to them, by disclosing all this information so that they could actively investigate OceanGate, and to be threatened with the immigration, the fraud, all that sort of stuff. It just didn't make sense to me at the time. As I say, I'm no attorney, but anyway. 23rd of April. Mr. Lochridge, I can well imagine the stress you've been under. I'm glad you've retained an attorney. I had to get an attorney because OSHA weren't helping me. This was another one which was totally out of the blue, and my caseworker knew that I wasn't walking away from this. Okay, this is the OSHA caseworker. Please let me know if you want to take advantage of OSHA's alternative dispute resolution. It's an ADR process. I would think this would be the quickest way to resolve this dispute with OceanGate. Now that you are represented by an attorney, you are on an equal footing with OceanGate. Talk to your attorney, and if he is in agreement, please send in the ADR form, and I will contact OceanGate's attorney to get the process going. What do I say to that? I don't want to do an ADR. I made it clear I was no interest in doing an ADR, no interest in agreeing to this settlement and release contract that they sent through. I wanted to stop this. So we continued on.
Sir, I have a question, though.
Yes, sir.
In the last email, you had mentioned an alternate, revising your complaint.
Yeah.
Did that come up again?
No, it didn't make sense. I told them no. That's the thing. When I spoke to Paul, and I said, absolutely no way, we need to go ahead with this. Okay. Even at that point, I felt like there was no urgency on their behalf in getting this stopped. And at this point, the sub was already down at the harbour and going through trials in international waters with a vehicle that's not classed. So, and
where were those tests occurring?
Everett. In Everett, in Seattle, Washington.
And when you say international waters, do you mean offshore?
No, sorry, they were done in US territorial waters. Correction. I do apologise for that.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah. So the alternate dispute resolution, this is from the US Department of Labour, just to explain to people what it is. The term alternate dispute resolution, ADR, means any procedure agreed to by the parties of a dispute in which they use the services of a neutral party to assist them in reaching agreement and avoiding litigation. Types of ADR include arbitration, mediation, negotiated rulemaking, neutral fact-finding, and mini-trials. With the exception of binding arbitration, the goal of ADR is to provide a forum for the parties to work toward a voluntary, consensual agreement as opposed to having a judge or other authority decide the case. I wanted OSHA. OSHA were taking me seriously. I was under their protection. If I'd went down the route of anything else, I don't know what would have happened legally to myself and my family.
Sir, were you having conversations with your OSHA caseworker? Or
Yes,
was it all by
I was
email?
talking to him on the phone. Yes, yes.
Were they encouraging you to go the ADR route?
Yes.
And you said that you
No.
would proceed on with that?
Absolutely. I had no interest in doing an ADR.
Was your attorney involved in those conversations?
So at the time, I've had 3 sets of attorneys dealing with the OceanGate lawsuits. So all in, the first one, the first attorney, he decided to pass this on to somebody else because it was getting so serious. But even then, he said to me, we've got a good case here. And he agreed with me, that initial attorney, we need to stop this. I mean, I don't think I could have been any more vocal in stating my displeasure at this vehicle, potentially, you know, a matter of weeks down the line from my dismissal, paying passengers to the Titanic. That's what they wanted to do. And as you've seen, as you've already heard, they were very push, trying to get this out the door as quickly as possible so they could start making profit.
Okay, sir, please proceed.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it goes on. Okay, July the 9th. And I have had several conversations with my caseworker in between this. At this point, it was a day my wife and I were going home for my father-in-law's funeral, and answered the door, and I was served papers from OceanGate's attorneys. A lawsuit had been served against myself and my wife. So straight on to OSHA. Good afternoon, Paul. I've attached scans of the court summons OceanGate have had served on me and my wife, Carol. My attorney feels it would be prudent to send you a copy. OceanGate's further retaliation after raising concerns about health and safety issues leading to my unlawful dismissal have reached a head. And no matter what suggestions my attorney made to settle the matter early, he has been met with resistance and further demands. Their accusations are unjust, untrue, and once again, their threatening behaviour is upsetting to my family, especially, I stated we both lost our dads in a matter of months. So yeah, he was aware of this. His reply, July the 10th, and this just shows you how slow things were moving. And as I said, I was under whistleblower protection, start of February. This is July the 10th. My condolences to you and your wife. I will investigate your complaint as quickly as I can. Please note that at this time, I have 11 cases that are older than yours. I will be in contact with you as needed. Thank you for your patience. So at this point, I'm paying for attorneys. I've got OceanGate suing me, and I've got OSHA. I've got 11 cases ahead of them. I spoke to Paul on the phone, and obviously my displeasure at where we were at. We discussed the whole whistleblower protection scheme, how I'm meant to be protected. I asked about OSHA's lawyers again and again. You know, what can you do for me? I was told initially that they would provide legal representation in the event of any form of retaliation, which it also states under the SPA, Seamen's Protection Act. It never happened. So it was all on me. So went on and on. I'm being sued at this point, and we decided to change attorneys. We had to go with a bigger firm, and that was in July 25th after OSHA stated that they've got 11 cases ahead of us. And then at that point, with our new attorney, we decided the right thing to do. Since OSHA were dragging their heels and doing nothing, we decided to countersue OceanGate. But rather than what OceanGate did is they decided to sue us in civil court, which remains behind closed doors. And we decided to do it in federal court so that it would become public knowledge and the public have complete information from the get-go of that case. So we countersued them on August 15th, 2018. OSHA throughout were notified of everything. I constantly updated them on everything that was happening legally with OceanGate, their behaviour towards us, threatening.
Mr. Lochridge, when
Yes.
you talked to OSHA,
Yeah.
were you talking to their legal before you did that
No,
action?
they
or your
never, never once did I speak to OSHA legal. I had a caseworker that I had to go through. On some of the emails, you see that it also was passed on to so this Paul McDevitt, my caseworker, he had a supervisor. Even when I spoke to him on the phone, he said, I'll resort to my supervisor. And then there was the other individual, was Tobias Kramer. I think he was the assistant regional something for OSHA. So they all knew what was happening.
But you never had email contact with an attorney either?
With
OSHA?
OSHA's attorneys, no.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
No. Okay, so August 2018, 8 months after my termination from OSHA. Okay, here we go. August 29th. Good morning, Paul. Just a quick mail to see what, if any, progress has been made in my claim. You mentioned several months ago about sending a second letter to OceanGate highlighting a second act of retaliation by them against me. I understand the manufacturer of the insufficient viewport that is installed in the submersible Titan is extremely concerned. As previously mentioned, the viewport was designed in-house at OceanGate, and the manufacturer would only build and certify their design to 1,000 metres. OceanGate plan on taking the submersible to 4,000 metres with passengers who are unaware of this. The viewport manufacturer expressed his concerns and said he could design and build a viewport to the desired depth of 4,000 metres, but OceanGate refused. Over and above this issue, which was highlighted at my unlawful termination, there is still the issue of all the other safety points that are critical to paying public and OceanGate's crew safety. So even 8 months after, I'm still reiterating to OSHA, and have it in email, that this is serious. His reply on August 29th. David, I have not started actively investigating your complaint. I still have several other older complaints that I'm trying to finish up. I will get started on yours in the near future. When I do, I will be in touch. Now, I don't need to spell it out how upsetting that was for myself, my family. I'm being sued. The one organisation that can actually step up and do something to stop this, to actively carry out an investigation that could go down to the facility, which I suggested several times to them. OSHA that I was dealing with were based in Seattle. OceanGate were based in Seattle. They were just up the road. Not once during all of this did they actually go down, pay a visit, talk to them, nothing. And the fact that I was told that a second act of retaliation against myself would be, that would also, how would I say, OSHA would step up and basically raise these concerns with OceanGate, and it wouldn't be good for OceanGate. Never happened. Never happened.
Mr. Lochridge.
Yes, sir.
During that back and forth, or
Yes.
the several months, did you ever get an update on the Coast Guard?
No, not at all. The only thing that any time I mentioned the Coast Guard, because they'd made that initial correspondence, my caseworker said to me that we will deal with that on your behalf. They will pass all the information on to the Coast Guard. Now, I don't know how it works in terms of that, understanding between the two agencies. I don't know. I don't know whether they submitted all the documents to the Coast Guard initially when it was approved that I was under the Whistleblower Protection Scheme. I truly don't know. Or whether it was just a quick email to say we are currently investigating something that relates to a seaman. I don't know. I don't know.
As your frustration built during this process,
Yes.
was there a reason that you didn't reach out to the Coast Guard directly or another agency, or was it because of the lawsuits?
Yeah, so I mean, jumping back onto one of the emails, and I correspond with OSHA. Hope you don't mind me just jumping back. Yeah, it was the email from Sunday, April 22nd. So this is, this was the one where I said it was a stressful time for my wife and I over the last 5 weeks since receiving the threatening 41-page letter from OceanGate's attorneys. So, okay, I'm just trying to see when it goes in. Okay, because of the immigration implications. As I said, I'm an immigrant in America. I'm not a citizen. I'm a permanent resident. This is in my email to OSHA. After looking online at the Justice Department to see if they could intervene, I found the following paragraphs. I wondered if you could speak to your OSHA attorneys to see what their thoughts are on me involving them at this stage and if it would be beneficial at all. So there was a reply on that. There we go. The reply was on April 23rd. I just hadn't highlighted it. OSHA and the US Department of Labour do not enforce the Immigration and Nationality Act, and we cannot provide you legal advice. I would talk to your attorney to see what he thinks is the best strategy moving forward. So.
Understand. And sir, I'd like to just touch on if you had a relationship with the local Coast Guard at all ahead of all these events in Seattle.
The only, as I said, the only interaction was it was to do with, anytime we were doing operations in Puget Sound, not necessarily, Everett Marina doing the dunks, the test dunks, but anytime we were going out, and it was just to give them the heads up that we were heading out. That was basically it. I know, and remembering back to it now, Stockton's disapproval at me doing that, but it's important you let the authorities know that you're about to actually do a dive, and the port authorities for incoming shipping. So, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
No
Please
problem.
proceed.
No worries. Okay. Okay, between August and November 2018, obviously this is information between my old attorney, we do not employ them anymore, and OceanGate's previous attorney. We were served discovery, they were served discovery. There was a lot of documentation going backwards and forwards. That's all in legal. I have none of that here, but I can provide it if you need it. So lots of phone calls, seeing where they were at. They didn't do anything to help us. My confidence was gone in, can I loosely say, the authorities, because OSHA are the ones that are meant to, OSHA were dealing with this. They were my point of contact and did nothing. Okay, so jumping on November to November now, just shows you how long this went on. And as you can imagine, a lawsuit is no easy thing, especially when you're being threatened with theft, fraud. So anyway, my attorney and their attorney, they agreed. My wife and I had decided, this is, I'm not going to say pointless, but it was going nowhere, and it was causing more hurt for us, and obviously financially, and it's difficult. So Carol and I decided to walk away from it all, and so we decided to walk away from the lawsuits and informed OSHA of this, as they hadn't started working on my case, and genuinely it was too much for us as a family. It really was. So November 24th, OSHA sent a settlement and release agreement between myself and OceanGate, and it literally was a walk away, which I've got here. It was a walk away. There was no financials. I gave them nothing. They gave me nothing. I stated that I'm dropping the OSHA case. OSHA weren't doing anything. I decided I wasn't going to put myself or my family through any more of this. So we decided to walk away. OceanGate were happy with that. They obviously had a lot more money in the bank than we did. So at that point in November, we signed a declaration with OceanGate and settlement and release with OceanGate and with OSHA. OSHA get a signed addendum back from OceanGate. So we Scarlett and I signed this in November 28th, 2018. OSHA get their, OSHA had to chase up OceanGate's attorney to get the signed copy from Stockton to say that he was happy with it all. And they received that on December the 12th. On December the 13th, 10 months and a week after I was placed under the Whistleblower Protection Scheme, OSHA confirmed the case is now closed, and on the documents which you've got a copy of, the US Coast Guard is informed of such. So correspondence from OSHA. I hope you have no objections to me reading this out. You do have a copy of it. December the 13th, this is addressed to OceanGate Incorporated and myself from OSHA, US Department of Labour, and this is from Tobias Kramer, who is their Assistant Regional Administrator. The people that are CC'd on this are OceanGate's attorney at the time and the United States Coast Guard. December 13th. Dear Mr. Lochridge, this is to advise you that pursuant to a settlement agreement reached between the parties, our agency is closing the investigation of the above-referenced whistleblower complaint. OSHA's authority over this agreement is limited to the statutes it enforces. Therefore, OSHA approves only the terms of this agreement pertaining to the Seamen's Protection Act. Having reviewed the settlement agreement, I find it to be fair, adequate, and reasonable. The settlement agreement satisfies the core elements in accordance with OSHA's policy, and it is reasonable in light of the merits of the case. OSHA considers the matter closed and will take no further action. The settlement agreement constitutes findings in a preliminary order under SPA, Seamen's Protection Act, and complainants' and respondents' approvals of the agreement constitute failures to object to the findings and the preliminary order under the Act. Therefore, the settlement is an order enforceable in an appropriate United States District Court under the Seamen's Protection Act. Please note that if OSHA's practice to not disclose the terms of the settlement except pursuant to FOIA process, I'm not sure what that is. And then
For the record, that's the U.S. Freedom of Information Act requirements.
Thank you, which hopefully everybody has now. So yeah, so that was my final correspondence with OSHA, and that was December the 13th. Yeah.
Sir, just to clarify, did you use the ADR process to come to that settlement, or was it outside that?
No, it was outside that.
Were you given any instructions about limitations on what you could do after that settlement?
Absolutely. Should I get the right one? Okay, I had to sign a declaration, basically talking about the quality inspection report. I'll go on to the settlement and release. Key points. Mutual waiver and release of liability, retraction of OSHA claim, and claims arising from non-compete agreement. In exchange for the promises and commitments set forth in this agreement, Lochridge, OceanGate, and OceanGate's owners, investors, attorneys, agents, employees, affiliates, and subsidiaries hereby forever waive and release all claims they have or may have against one another, whether known or unknown, asserted or unasserted, except those obligations arising out of this agreement. Lochridge, I'll jump down, there's stuff in there. It's not that it's not irrelevant. Lochridge specifically agrees to withdraw the OSHA claim and not support it in any further hearing or proceeding, and will not voluntarily testify in support of his OSHA claim or any other or future OSHA claim against OceanGate. OceanGate hereby releases Lochridge from the non-compete agreement appearing in David Lochridge's employee intellectual property agreement, and all claims arising from said non-compete agreement or breaches of the same are hereby released. The rest and remainder of David Lochridge's employee intellectual property agreement shall remain in full force and effect following the execution of this agreement, subject to all time limitations set forth in the intellectual property agreement, e.g. the non-raiding agreement, by its terms as binding on Lochridge for 12 months following the end of his employment. OceanGate covets and agrees it has not contacted Vulcan Maritime or any representative thereof or any representative of MY Octopus or any of Paul Allen Company regarding any non-disclosure agreements between David Lochridge and Vulcan. OceanGate covets and agrees that it will not in the future contact Vulcan Maritime or any representative thereof and or any representative of MY Octopus or any of Paul Allen Company regarding any non-disclosure agreements between David Lochridge and Vulcan. OceanGate covets and agrees that it has not contacted nor will contact US immigration authorities with any information related to Lochridge visa applications. Nor will OceanGate contact any potential creditors of Lochridge, including ex-spouses or previous employers, with information on his current and past earnings and financial status. OceanGate specifically agrees that it will not make any statements or take any other actions accusing David Lochridge of theft of OceanGate property. Each party agrees and covets to the other that he or it will not make any statements or take any other actions to disparage, defame, or compromise the reputation of the other party in any forum. Lochridge covenant and agree that neither has disclosed and will not in the future disclose, nor will they permit their attorney to disclose, any information about OceanGate, whether or not such information is confidential in nature or a trade secret, to any third party unless legally required to do so, e.g., pursuant to a lawful subpoena, save only that Lochridge may disclose the dates of employment and his position at OceanGate to potential employers only. Lochridge represent, warrant, and covenant that neither of them has any copies, whether in paper, electronic, or other form, of any confidential information of OceanGate, including without limitation any copies of David Lochridge's Cyclops 2 Quality Inspection Report, dated January 18, 2018, or any drafts thereof, save only the redacted copy provided by OceanGate to OSHA in its responsive letter dated March 15, 2018, and the documentary information disclosed by OceanGate in the litigation pursuant to the laydown rules of the Rules of Civil Procedure, documentary laydown. Lochridge covenant that within 3 days of dismissal of this litigation, they will destroy and instruct their counsel to destroy all copies of the documentary laydown by OceanGate. David Lochridge covets that the declaration attached hereto and dated November 9, 2018, constitutes, to the best of his memory, the entirety of his communications from and after January 1, 2017, with persons relating to the safety issues concerning Cyclops 2, Titan, and the technology upon which it's based, accepting only communications with officers and employees of OceanGate and privileged communications with attorneys for the purpose of resolving this matter. David Lochridge specifically covets that other than the communications listed in the attached declaration, he never instigated or had any involvement with the communications questioning OceanGate's testing policies and procedures for Cyclops 2 Titan, or the business plans of OceanGate. The parties agree that damages in the event of a breach of this obligation or representation in paragraph 3 and 4 of this agreement are difficult to estimate and would be difficult to prove, as liquidated damages and not as a penalty. Therefore, the parties agree that any violation of paragraphs 3 or 4 hereof shall result in an award of liquidated damages in the amount of $10,000 per occurrence.
Sir, I'd like to just
Sure.
stop you there for
It's quite a
minute.
document.
After signing that,
Yeah.
was it your understanding that you could not approach the Coast Guard or another agency with safety concerns about the Cyclops 2 or Titan?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Unless you were subpoenaed to provide information?
Yeah. That's why gladly people want to know anything, subpoena me.
There were several companies mentioned. I think I heard Vulcan.
Yeah.
What were the basis of the other companies? Are they relevant?
They were other submersible companies that I'd worked for. Yeah, it was.
Thank you.
They were just intimidating.
Sir, can you talk about what happened? Or can you talk about any involvement you had monitoring or with OceanGate after that settlement?
There was nothing. There was no correspondence with OceanGate whatsoever. Is that what you mean, sir?
Did you ever have any communications with employees of OceanGate after that?
Yes, I did. The contractors, Tim Carterson and Chris Imes, both subcontractors for the company OceanGate. No staff employees. I never spoke to any staff employees at all.
How long did you stay in communication with the contractors?
I'm still in communication with Chris Imes and Tim Carterson, who I've known for years. We did, even within the last few years. We never went into depth. Tim, because of the threat of the $10,000 per occurrence, very reluctant to speak about it. And I know Tim was still working with the organisation. So I was he knew there was a safety report. I truly believe what Tim said yesterday. He's probably never seen it. And I hope seeing what he saw up today, he will understand why I followed the path that I did. But in terms of communication, yes, the two contractors, nobody else.
Were you in contact with those contractors during the Titan operations during the summers of 21, 22, and 2023?
So I met with Tim's sister, lived close to us. We met, we never even discussed we basically never discussed the OceanGate. So we do have a lot of mutual acquaintances it's a very small industry. So I'm sure Tim will come up, take the stand on that as well. But no, we didn't. He knew I was displeased and something happened, but yeah.
Were you aware of the second hull doing operations off of Canada?
Yeah.
I mean, for all three of those sessions or years? From 21, 22, and 23?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, OceanGate were, as everybody knows, they like to promote themselves on social media, so we could see it, and I'm not going to lie, myself and my family, every year that they would go out, it was like, is something going to happen this year? Like, I mean, the way the company were going with this project and bypassing all the standardized rules and regulations that are set in place by people with experience, years and years of experience, from the US military to the Coast Guard, the classification agencies, even manufacturers of some of the equipment, they bypassed it all. It was inevitable something was going to happen. And it was just when.
So I just have a couple follow-up questions from your earlier testimony, if we can kind of go back a bit. Thinking about the mission on Cyclops 1 to the Andrea Doria, did you produce an incident report after that occurred?
Yes, I did.
Do you know if there was a notice of marine casualty made to the Coast Guard?
No. No.
Do you know if the Coast Guard was aware of those operations? I think you said they were alerted.
Yeah, from Boston. Yeah, I mean, before we got involved with the project, what I did at the start of every mission objective that we had, I would, as part of my my list of outside help and who to notify. I mean, I brought one today from, it's somewhere in here, and it was an example of when we were doing the dives on Alcatraz, who the named individuals that I had as point of contacts with Coast Guard, port authorities, the diving companies, the ROV companies. So no, every trip, I would formulate that. It was part of the pack, which was kept topside, and another copy was kept back at Everett, and which had all the phone numbers to call in the event of any incidents, accidents. Yeah, all that was.
And in those communications with the Coast Guard,
Yeah.
how were the operations characterized? And I mean from a standpoint of like carrying passengers, scientific operations, do you know?
Sure. Passengers? Yeah. Yeah.
Did the Coast Guard ever inquire about the vessel being used, or?
No. There was no in-depth conversations about the vehicle. I was never asked if the vehicle was even Antipodes, if the vehicles were classed. There was no, I don't know. I'm not sure whether it was, I don't know. As I said, submersible industry is very small, and how many subs have been towed out from Boston Harbor, you know? So, I mean, the overall experience of the people that we were dealing with, I may be speaking for them, you know, necessarily, but it may have been very limited. So I would make them aware that we were going to be carrying out operations. I'd give them the lat and long of where we're going to be going. I would let them know this is the planned departure time from port and return back at this date.
And when you say operations, just to clarify,
Yes.
you did say with passengers, not like
Absolutely.
scientific.
Yeah. No. If it, I think you've got OceanGate's scientific officer coming along. There was never really any science with OceanGate. They had no sampling equipment. It was all go down, look, take video. That was it. If any scientists went inside, they were basically looking through the viewport. They could take their own notes. There was no, you know, I'm not speaking for the new Titan. I don't know if it had a CTD, you know, or any sort of Niskins. I know there was talk the other day of Niskin samples.
It did have a bottle?
It did have a bottle. So when I was there, we never had any of that. No sampling devices at all.
Did you provide any research? You mentioned the 3D modeling
Yeah.
of the wreck. That could potentially be considered scientific operations. Did you provide data to any nonprofit organizations, anything along those lines?
The time when we actually had that 3D sonar, which was on loan at the time, to create this 3D model, as I've said, because obviously what happened with Stockton damaging the landing skids on the sub, plus obviously incremental weather, there was one dive on the Andrea Doria. So the stuff you would see on social media was from that one dive. That was it. Not sufficient enough to create a 3D model with the purpose of what we set out to do.
Understand.
Yeah.
Sir. During that dive on the Cyclops 1, was the submersible fully classed during that dive?
No, Cyclops 1 has never been fully classed. Cyclops 1 only had, and I remember seeing the document that Stockton produced. I remember him talking about it before they did the Flower Gardens dive to 500 meters. But I remember seeing at one point before we even went out there, this report or letter stating that, as I said, somebody will need to go through all OceanGate's files and folders. But from memory, it was DNV. And it was a letter from one of the classing individuals there stating that the hull would be classed, the viewports, and the upper hatch. That was it.
Did that bother you about conducting operations on an unclassed submersible?
A fully unclassed submersible. I had confidence at the time with the involvement of APL that the control systems, I mean, I know the life support system, like the cylinders were all thoroughly inspected, the gauges were calibrated, the scrubber that we had in there at the time was an approved scrubber, you know, things like that. I was happy with the systems and I felt confident in my experience that I could take paying passengers down safely. Yes.
Thank you. And sir, earlier in your testimony, you referenced Coast Guard Navigation and Vessel Inspection Circular 593.
Yes.
I'd like to call that exhibit up, please, Lieutenant Steele. And just to clarify, sir,
Yes.
during those operations, were you aware of this NAVIC at the time?
So I was aware of, so as part of that NAVIC, there was a manual that actually came out as part of it. I think it was safety for, quote me, safety for passenger submersibles. There is a book, I do actually have a copy at home, which I'd had for years, and I actually had it prior to OceanGate. So there was a lot of correspondence from that. I was aware of that. In terms of the guidance, I knew there was, I'm not going to say it was loose, but from my understanding of the document, there was this, any more than 6 persons had to be inspected, and any less than 6, it could be uninspected. Sorry.
Yes, sir. And so that was clear to you from the NAVIC, that
yeah.
information?
Yeah, yeah.
And Mr. Lochridge, for the record, is referring to subject 3, if you could scroll down, please, Lieutenant Steele, to B and C. As indicated in the NAVIC, it states, this is Coast Guard guidance. This is not a regulation, just for the record. But it does state in section B that any submersible carrying 6, I'm summarizing, 6 or more passengers needs to be certified and inspected under subchapter T. And then in section C, it talks about submersibles carrying less than 6 passengers and that they could serve as uninspected vessels. Is that consistent with your understanding, sir?
Yes.
I want to make a note for the record and also call up, when you get a chance, Lieutenant Steele, 46 CFR Part 175. And just as we pull up that's just a federal regulation. I don't have it submitted as an exhibit, but I want to point out for the record that 46 subchapter Part 175 was updated in 1996 to clarify that any submersible carrying 1 or more passengers has to be inspected by the U.S. Coast Guard. However, that NAVIC was still in effect at that time.
Yes.
Were you aware of that regulatory change, sir?
The change, no, I was not. No.
At this time, I'd like to pass the questioning to the NTSB. Mr. Muse.
Thanks, Mr. Neubauer. I have a few follow-ups, and I apologize for bouncing around a little bit, going back to this morning. So, and we just talked about Cyclops a little bit. Which class society was it classed under before OceanGate?
I can't honestly say, but it was classed. I really don't know, but it was definitely a classed vehicle beforehand.
So after that,
Yes.
what was Cyclops missing that would preclude it from getting classed?
So the issue with Cyclops, because what happened was when they purchased the vehicle, they ripped it all apart. So the hull was all one piece. The control system, I wasn't actually there when that happened. It was years before. And I think this is where the involvement of APL at the time, they came in and obviously helped out with OceanGate to modify that submersible. Now, to keep a sub in class, you have to annually do a certain set amount of tasks with the surveyor witness to basically sign off on that. Now, that sub had been out of commission. I don't know for how many years. I'm sure that information will be readily available. I do not know at this time. But they did so many modifications to it, it would have to, excuse me, it would have to fully go to a panel to get them to sign off and everything, but that was not the intent of OceanGate. Cyclops 1 was going to be used as a test bed to actively trial new equipment. So it was constantly going to be evolving and changing. That involves cost, and I know Stockton was very aware of the cost implications to do that. So hence why he decided to go down the route and get the hull and the acrylic signed off.
These class surveys, in addition to the material condition of the sub, do they get into operations such as training, communications, navigation, those kind of things?
Some of the agencies do. I mean, when they come along, we have everything out in front of us. In terms of, I know more recently, over recent years, not last year, but recent years, the surveyors will come out. We have to have everything from, we basically do all the battery maintenance. We have to, they've got access to everything from that we do to the sub in terms of any maintenance on batteries, the hull, any of the components. And they have dive plans. They have access to everything that's in there, who the crew were. So they have access to all of that. I have seen in the past where the agencies will come along and ask to see the dive records of the individuals that are actually diving the subs. And you've got to physically show them a log, or if you're actually using something that's on a system where you can actually key in the information, everything is all on an electronic database that these surveyors can actually look at. So they have full access to that at any time.
And these are class surveyors, not,
Yeah,
how about national regulatory agencies like the Coast Guard or MCA?
Negative, no. As I said, on any of the submersibles I've worked on, no Coast Guard came along and actually inspected the vehicles themselves.
The pilot training manual that we saw earlier,
Yeah.
was that a class requirement? Or is there a standard that it has
It's a
to meet?
standard. You have to have the manual that you showed was pilot training manual, which basically encompassed all the knowledge to be able to get somebody trained up as a pilot. The manual you showed did not show the operations manual. That's another thing that the class and agencies do look at. Yeah.
Okay, I know the American NAVIC gets into a little bit of pilot training. Is there other nations that require that kind of training?
In terms of the pilot training,
Yes, sir.
in terms of submarine rescue,
An MCA endorsement or nothing like that?
No. I know 2 years ago, the Australian authorities, what they were looking for, this was 2 years ago when I was down in Australia, and they decided to change their regulations. Now, AMSA, which is the Australian Maritime Safety Committee, what they decided to do was they decided that anybody operating, especially one of the vehicles that I'm trained and in date to pilot LR5, which is a submarine rescue vehicle down in Australia, that we had to do like a seaman's course, like a bosun's course, to actually show that we can do navigation. So yeah, the company, James Fisher Defence, paid for everybody to do that. But they are the only nation that I know of that insist on that.
Earlier, you talked about each manufacturer having its own training or licensing program.
Correct.
So given the circumstances of this accident,
Yeah.
Do you think it's such a requirement by nations would be beneficial, or is it needed?
Proper training.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Oh, it's imperative. You can't. I know Stockton's vision was, give somebody these PlayStation controller and, within an hour they're going to be a pilot. It's not the way it works. It's like showing somebody how to fly a helicopter and then putting them in charge of taking passengers up or doing work with it. It's so important, training, and it's not overnight. I mean, as I said, for myself as a submarine rescue pilot, it's very in-depth. It's going above and beyond just doing a standard passenger submersible. With this, we are doing dry transfer. We are locking on to a submarine at depth and recovering people, which we do on an annual basis with all the systems, all the nations do. And, for one of the organizations that I work for, with the experience that myself and my colleagues have gained in that industry over the past 23 years, one of the companies I work for, Mansub International, we've developed this training program for foreign military to employ our services, and we will go out and take submariners and train them up, and it's a rigorous training program, and we will give them the basis to safely pilot that submersible. We will give them all the training material and all their years of experience. And it's not something that happens overnight. It's a long process for us to deem those individuals capable and competent enough to be able to do the task at hand of going down, mating with a submarine, military submarine at depth, and doing hatch openings. It's quite a procedure.
So that's happening now.
Oh, absolutely.
So is there a need for a regulation or an IMO requirement to have that training, or is it industry doing an adequate job as it is?
I feel just now Triton do their own house submersible pilot training program. U-Boat Works, another manufacturer, they do training courses in Curacao. I think it's like a 3-week training course. Their courses are a lot shorter than what myself and a lot of my colleagues did. I mean, with us, it took years to get up to a competency level where we could safely land on a military sub. So I have never sat down and reviewed any of these manufacturers' training manuals to say, oh, I think that's sufficient or not sufficient.
Okay. Regarding contingency plans, we talked about a little bit about Andrea Doria, but not specific to that case. Yep. The ROVs and the divers that you have listed in your plan,
yes,
are they actually informed about what's going on?
Absolutely.
Or is it just
100%.
It's not just a list of phone numbers that you have?
No, not at all. So anytime we formulate it, basically it's a dive plan before you actually leave the shop. And we would let them know exactly what we're going to be doing. So if there was an issue, we would discuss the area, whether it would be a wreck or an area of interest that we wanted to go to. We would show them the lay of the land, the obvious hazards that are marked on nautical charts. We would do all of that, all of it. Yeah.
Is that a class requirement, or is that an industry standard?
It's not a class requirement.
Okay.
No.
Is that just your practice to do that?
Absolutely.
Is it an industry-wide practice to do that?
Yeah, I mean, excuse me. In terms of the organizations I work with just now, most of the companies have got a second asset on site, whether it be an ROV or whether it be another manned submersible. So we have our own self-help plans so that we know what to do. We regularly do training so that we can do emergency recoveries. We do recoveries with ROVs, with the other sub. We do training all the time to run through drills, procedures. We do a lot. We do a lot.
Was any of that required by Coast Guard Sector Boston?
Not that I know of, no.
Did Boston require anything for?
No.
I believe Andrea Doria is actually in Woods Hole's area of responsibility. Did you remember talking to them?
We were going out from, the only individuals that we spoke to at Woods Hole was the Alvin team. So they were another point of contact for us to actually resort to. They have vessels at, what's the name of the area again? Sorry.
Woods Hole.
Yeah, Woods Hole. So they were aware of what we were doing. We actually, at the time, we paid them a visit as well, got a tour of the facility. That was prior to carrying out the operation on the Doria. So they were aware of what we were doing, but the US Coast Guard in Boston, they were the ones that we informed that we were going out from Boston Harbour, returning to Boston Harbour.
But not the Coast Guard in Woods Hole?
Negative. No.
Okay. I'll fast forward a little bit to your report again.
Yep.
It looks to me something similar to a shipyard punch list.
Yep.
A little bit.
Yep.
So before that, did you or your crew have a chance to witness the electrical checks and mechanical checks of each component as they're getting installed in this new submarine?
No. This is in Titan.
Yes.
No.
How about as systems are coming together, do you get to witness the commissioning of those systems, like the life support and the ballast?
No, and you will. So in terms of the life support, the only integration I had with Stockton at that time was to go into the sub and test his scrubber for him. That was the scrubber that we showed up on the slide, the homemade one. I never actively was involved. I can't speak for the contractors that worked for me at the time, but no, I wasn't involved in the construction. It was all in the hands of the engineering team. The submersible itself, the percentage of it was done in the engineering side of the workshop, which I wasn't allowed to go into, and I was told several times. And then the vehicle itself, as it was coming to fruition and almost complete build, it got moved into the operations area.
Was this your first new construction submersible project?
From scratch? Yeah, because, well, as an involvement as in the position I was in, I've been involved in new projects before. Submersibles that I've never seen the water, from proof of concept. I've been involved in that, but not as a director of marine operations.
Is it normal for operations to comment on the commissioning procedures
Absolutely.
How about the sea trial procedure, or what I call sea trial procedures?
Absolutely, 100%.
That didn't happen at...
No.
Okay. I believe that's all I have. Thank you, Gavin.
Thank you, sir. Just to follow up on that, were you with OceanGate when they started sea trials for the Titan submersible?
I was let go beforehand. From memory, I think they went out March. I think March was when they first put the submersible in the water, and that was in Puget Sound. So, and the legal correspondence, the OceanGate's attorneys at the time, I stated this to OSHA, and the OceanGate's attorneys at the time went back to OSHA and said, we will not be operating this vehicle in US territorial waters. They did. And I, several times, said to my caseworker, they're diving this, go down. It's on social media, they're down there all this week. And nothing happened.
Was it your understanding they meant commercial operations or testing operations? Or
testing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that made clear, that it was testing operations?
When I say made clear, this is everything I was reading on social media that OceanGate were putting all over the internet, showing that they were actually diving down there. I can't state who the crews were or pilots.
Okay, thank you, sir, for that clarification. So this is potentially testing the submersible in U.S. waters?
Yes, yeah.
One thing I forgot to ask you,
Yes.
so were you involved in the registration or flagging of process or verification for any of the submersibles you operated on?
Me personally?
Yes, sir.
No, I may be speaking out of turn, but I think a lot of that was to deal with the naval architects and the project managers. They would deal with that. Yeah.
Were you aware of whether the Antipodes or Cyclops was registered or flagged?
They were. Right now, I can't remember, truthfully. Yep.
Do you remember a discussion ever coming up about the Titan's registration or flagging?
I said I was kept out of everything after the Doria. They kept me away from the entire project.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Are you okay to keep going? We have one
gotcha.
other, or would you like to take a break?
Absolutely.
Okay, sir, at this time, I'd like to pass the questioning over to Mr. Fawcett.
Thank you, Mr. Lochridge. My name is Keith Fawcett. I'm a Coast Guard Marine Casualty Investigator. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So I would like to also clear up a few things from your testimony. So we've heard discussion that originally the titanium used for the domes and rings were going to be grade 5. They later were, they used grade 3 titanium.
Yes.
Did that cause you any concern?
I didn't even know. I had no indication whatsoever that they were changing the titanium. That was all out with my remit with the company.
So 3 times, to my knowledge, in this testimony, Mrs. Wendy Rush has been, her name has come up.
Yeah.
What was her role within OceanGate or any of its subsidiaries while you were working with that company?
So, from memory, she was leading the OceanGate Foundation. And I'm not sure at the time when Wendy actively took over as the communications director, but Wendy was in the shop a lot. She was at the facility quite a bit.
Was the foundation co-located with the, where the company was located, or was it in a separate location?
That I'm not sure. I don't know whether they worked remotely at our facility. I'm not sure where the company address was for the foundation.
Yesterday's testimony, they were talking about the foam that was placed between the hull liner, the carbon fiber hull, and the sleeve that fitted into the submersible. Are you aware that foam was used?
See, when I was there, they were using that HDPE. I would need to relate to my notes. It's basically chopping board material. That was in my safety report, you'll see the material that was used for the flooring. That was the one that I did the flame test on, which was emitting the dangerous fumes. And when I was there, from memory, they were actually using sections of that to basically shim out the inner sleeve from the carbon itself.
Would you typically find that in a manned submersible, the use of that type of material?
Absolutely not. That material, there are plastic materials out there that are fire safe. They're not going to emit enough fumes. That material, they genuinely purchased that from Home Depot. It was the worst grade of, I'm no expert in HDPE, but it was appalling. That is what they use, the cheapest plastic. And the same on the inside of the sub as well. And I can't speak for Titan that went back out. They were putting 3M carbon fiber tape over control panels to make it look, I don't know what they were trying to achieve. Anyway, that material, I took that outside and did a flame test with that. I'm not saying it was 3M, but it was a self-adhesive carbon-looking tape. It could have been from anywhere. And you'll hear in the voice recording, I mentioned that as well. The fumes that were emitted from that it was a lot. It was dangerous, put it that way. So yeah, I was under the assumption that they'd actually used this HDPE and were using rods at the side in between the inner sleeve and the carbon hull itself to space it.
And you mentioned that oxygen was admitted into the hull during diving operations?
The oxygen was actually, well, that's the thing. I did no diving operations with that submersible, but when I was there, we had internal batteries kept under the floor, and we had the high-pressure oxygen tanks under the floor as well. Now, it's in some submersibles, even the class submersibles, some of them, you can have the O2 cylinders inside. There's nothing wrong with that. They had basically stored this, the cylinders in the bilge next to the batteries, and I mean the batteries weren't covered over. The cabling that they used was not like a fire retardant material in any of their submersibles. I'm sure Patrick, when he comes up next week, he will discuss the type of material they use in the inside of the subs for build and design. But that material is there, so no fumes are given off in the event of a spark, a low power spark or anything like that. None of that was in there. The batteries were completely exposed, and then they had the cheapest HDPE flooring put down, and they basically bought sheets of this stuff, cut it out, and slotted it in place.
So have you, as a submersible pilot, ever operated an experimental manned submarine?
Do you want to go back to Cyclops? Because it was, even although we had the hull, the viewport done, it, I suppose, was in a way experimental as well because of the amount of modifications and continual progress of the way APL wanted to operate it. I don't know, could we class that as experimental, or I don't know.
Yeah, that was
other than that, no, absolutely not.
When you say experimental, do you mean unclassed, uninspected?
yes, a prototype that's not been proven, classed, or inspected as experimental.
No, just Cyclops one. But the thing is, even when a vehicle is actually going through class and the build's approved and pressure tests are done, when the manufacturers fully build these submersibles and the pressure tests are complete and everybody's happy with it, then you go into manned testing. Now, at that point, during manned testing, there is no final completion sign-off from the classification agencies. So at that point, I'm not going to call that experimental. It's all known and proven products that are going in these vehicles, but there's no full classing of a vehicle until all that testing phase has been complete, from harbour trials to sea trials.
And then would you describe Titan, based on the information that you know, as an experimental manned submersible?
Yeah, but it was an experimental submersible that they had already taken deposits to go to the Titanic in. So, yeah.
And what would be your concerns with carrying passengers who are not intimately familiar with submersible operations on an experimental manned submersible?
Well, as you've seen from all my correspondence and dealing with OSHA, I was very concerned and I didn't agree with it.
So I'm not going to ask Lieutenant Steele to pull it up, but yesterday we did pull up the dive operation risk assessment for the 2023 Titanic expedition.
Okay.
It listed a set of steps and procedures that would take place before diving operations. Did you have a similar operational risk assessment procedure prior to the Cyclops 1 diving on the Andrea Doria site?
I can't speak for what was shown yesterday. I was flying at the time, and unfortunately some of the Wi-Fi would drop in and out. I never saw the document that you produced yesterday, but yes, there was a risk assessment carried out prior to every day's diving. And contrary to what Tim was saying yesterday, doing the risk assessments and the toolbox talks the night before, I never did it the night before. You do it the day of. Weather changes, current changes, vessels condition changes. I mean, anytime we're doing operations, we have to get the verification from the captain, from the engineers, to make sure that their support vessel, the launch vehicle itself, there's no issues. If there's any issues with that, with an engine down or high pressure, an HPU down for the hydraulics for operating an A-frame, we will have to do a toolbox on that separately and discuss the risks in doing so. So with regards to OceanGate, absolutely. When I was there, we did toolbox talks and risk assessments on the day of the dives themselves, not the day before.
Turning your attention to the June Andrea Doria mission,
Yes.
There's a term that has been used in conjunction with that, Argus expeditions. Do you know what that is?
That's the thing. And when we were speaking about it earlier on, I remember the name at the time, but I had no involvement. And I'm not sure. I mean, could you possibly tell me? Because I'm not sure what it is. What is Argus Expeditions? Can I ask that question, please?
Could you
Mr.
pull up-
Fawcett,
Yeah.
you shouldn't speculate.
Right, so if you would pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 078, that's the OceanGate April 2016 update newsletter. And while that's being pulled up on the bottom of the page, I have no idea what it is, and that's why
Thanks.
I'm asking.
No worries.
But while the lieutenant's pulling it up, and I will read
Yeah.
from it to make it
Okay.
easier.
Yeah.
It says, OceanGate entered into an exclusive contract with Argus Expeditions to conduct submersible expeditions for individual explorers and affinity groups. These expeditions will explore iconic shipwrecks, hypothermal vents, deep-sea canyons, and rare biological events around the world. The first of these expeditions is scheduled to survey the wreck of the Andrea Doria near Nantucket in early June, which 2016.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking if, like, on the vessel you were on,
Yeah.
were any of the personnel, was the vessel, did it relate to Argus
Not that I know
Argus
of.
Expeditions?
No, not that I know of. No. In terms of the having it on their newsletter, I mean, I tended not to read the newsletter. So no, I don't know. And I never had any involvement with, from what I can remember, anybody from Argus Expeditions. I don't even know if it is an actual organization. I'm not sure.
At the bottom of that page, in the
Yeah.
same exhibit, you see what looks like the Lars platform or a similar platform.
Yeah.
With a vessel towing it
Yep.
through the waterway. Does that appear from the voyage you undertook going out to the Nantucket site?
No, that boat's tiny. That's a very small boat. That looks like something that was used in Puget Sound. That's not an ocean-going vessel by the looks of it.
So I want to talk about towing for a minute.
Yeah.
So the Titan was towed on the Lars platform by the Polar Prince.
Yeah.
At one point, they jogged for weather and proceeded a couple of 100 miles away from their intended position, and then eventually went down to the Titanic wreck site, almost 300 miles from St. John, more than 300.
Yeah.
Is it typical to tow on the surface a submersible on a platform for a distance of 300 miles in
No.
your experience?
I wouldn't say that's normal at all. No. I mean, I know Mr. Catterson was talking about the vehicle itself. Anytime we would take it out, even if we were taking it out in Puget Sound and doing a dive, traveling a couple of miles, if there was even a little bit of chop on the surface, the submersible would be ratcheted down so it would actually be firm, flat, and stable on the Lars platform. And as Mr. Catterson explained yesterday, it will just move with it. There's no, unless it was really bad weather, which you would not take that platform, in my eye, you would not take it out or tow it out in bad weather, because at that point, if the straps are not securing that vehicle to the deck, it runs a risk of damage. So, but no, it's not normal towing anything like that out 300, 400 miles. No.
And then on the Andrea Doria mission,
Yes.
pardon me, there was a mission specialist, Renata Rojas.
Yes.
Did you tell her that you recommended she not participate in Titan submersible operations?
No. And I will, for the record, since I was made redundant or fired from OceanGate about a week, 10 days before, my attorney at the time's got a copy. I probably still got it. And I got a text message from Renata stating, I need to look for it, but it's along the lines of, what the hell is going on? You have to tell me what's happening. Now, I spoke to my attorney at the time when I got it, and he said, do not. I also got somebody from the media got in touch. This is all within a matter of 2-3 weeks, say, of me being terminated from the company. And somebody from the media getting in touch saying, what's going on? We need information. Same again, my attorney told me, do not talk to them. So I didn't. So no, I've had no communication with Renata, and no, I did not tell her not to dive in the Titan submersible. And considering the Titan submersible nothing had even been fabricated, there was basically nothing. It was nothing. It was still in the design phase when we did the Andrea Doria mission. So no, I would not say that to her.
So I don't have too many more questions,
Sure.
but I do want to ask you, you mentioned medical quals
Yes.
related to the various, you mentioned there was an offshore qual and so forth.
Yeah.
To obtain that qualification, because I want to make sure we're not talking about the ability to provide medical assistance like an emergency medical technician.
Yep.
Does this mean that you got a physical from a medical doctor?
Yes.
Which produced results which gave you a particular qualification?
That is correct, yes.
So looking at while you were working for OceanGate and training pilots,
Yep.
qualifying pilots
Yep.
through the training and qualification book,
Yep.
was Mr. Stockton Rush a qualified and certified manned submersible pilot?
According to the company, yes, he was. And as I said, the individual that trained him, and I'm not 100% sure on the name, Scott Cassell. So you would need to speak to him about what sort of formal training he put Stockton through. And I'm not sure if, I'm not going to speak for Mr. Carterson, I don't know whether he was involved in any training of the Cyclops, with the Antipodes, because Tim used to manage and operate that vehicle for years before. So he had a vast amount of experience on that, and I'm not sure whether Stockton or Guillermo, who was one of the other co-founders of the company, and I know he had dived this up, I don't know whether they went any formal training with these gentlemen. I'm honestly not sure.
So in your position, did you maintain the formal training records for submersible pilots that were qualified to operate the company's equipment, such as manned submersibles?
That I did when I was there, yes.
In those files, did you have a qualification or certification letter for Mr. Rush?
No.
Just a few final questions. Did the company require submersible pilots to be chemically tested to make sure they weren't using substances?
No.
And I was going to say substances such as those that impair performance?
No.
Did they have a requirement that people who were going to operate the submersibles undertake a physical to determine if they had physical conditions, which might, since they're going to be deep into the ocean with the care of passengers, but for example, that they weren't epileptic, had a heart condition, had other medical conditions?
So with regards to working for OceanGate and working with the other systems, we take passengers in the subs a lot, scientists, media. They have to state that they're physically fit to go into the submersible, but they are not even required to undertake any sort of physical examination before we take them into the sub. With regards to, as I mentioned earlier, some of the organizations that I do work for, they insist that you have a very specific medical carried out to perform your duties as a pilot. And some of them require an ENG1, some require STCW, some require an HSE diving medical with a offshore oil and gas medical. The list goes on. Some do, some don't. So there is no across the board where everybody does the same. Every organization is different.
But specifically for OceanGate, submersible pilots?
So in talks with, because when I came across, I had, even now, HSE, commercial diving medical. to do my submarine rescue. And at the time, I think I had the STCW, I had that one as well. And I spoke to the CEO and the COO regarding medical for anybody that wanted to go in the sub with regards to pilot training. And it was knocked back because of the cost. It's quite expensive to get a HSE diving medical, and it's quite a thorough medical to get that done in the US. I think the last time I was with amalgamating the STCW one, it was like $700. So the company wasn't willing to pay for the trainee pilots to get that certification. As I said earlier on, I never qualified anybody the entire time I was there. I had the 3 individuals, as I stated earlier. I had Isabel Johnson, Alexandra Russell, Bonnie Carroll, and then we had the astronaut, now board member of OceanGate, Scott Perezinski. That was it. So, but not one of them got qualified as a pilot.
So my final 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
Was there any written procedure or policy that discussed the use of over-the-counter medications or other substances for submersible pilots that may impair their performance?
There was something in the employee handbook, yes. And I don't think it stated submersible pilots. I just think it was OceanGate staff. There was something in there. I don't have a copy of it, but from memory, maybe Bonnie will be able to follow up with you if she has a copy. But yeah, there was something in there regarding that, yes.
Fatigue can impair human performance to the same level of being intoxicated.
Correct.
Was there any written procedures about reducing the effects of fatigue for operational personnel?
It may have been in the same manual, but I can't say for sure without actually reviewing it again. I don't know if we can get hold of that document. There may have been, there may not.
Thank you, sir.
No
Captain,
problem.
that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Fawcett. Mr. Lochridge,
Yes.
just have a couple more questions in regard to that thread. During your employment with OceanGate, were you aware that the U.S. Coast Guard requires a merchant mariner's master credential for the operation of all passenger vessels, including uninspected passenger vessels?
No.
Was mariner credentialing ever discussed at OceanGate?
Anytime I brought up the Coast Guard, everything that Stockton and the CEO would say is they had Mr. I can't remember his name, Underwood or whatever it is, the retired admiral. He was going to see us through all the transition of OceanGate's operations and obviously the Titan build as well. But no, there was no. I know Stockton was very against. He was very against qualification because it costs money. He was very against even the pilot training manual and operations manual. He was against that as well. As I said, he thought a pilot should be able to come along and learn something from a day, and then they were sufficient. So he obviously got a lot of bounce back from me on that. So it never happened.
Did you ever see a Coast Guard individual at the OceanGate headquarters?
Never. No, not from memory. No.
And I mean individual, not the employee that you mentioned before, but a marine inspector or...
Maybe, I'm just trying to think about when Matt was working for us. He may have brought individuals from the Coast Guard in to see us when he first started. That's something you would need to ask him. I've just got this vision of 2 gentlemen from the Coast Guard, but I think it was around about the time of Matt, so it may have been friends.
And to clarify, that was likely not in a professional capacity?
No.
For an inspection?
Yeah, likely not.
And sir, a couple last questions about, you had mentioned Rear Admiral John Lockwood,
Yes.
retired.
Yeah.
What was your understanding of his role for OceanGate?
Do have a document Do you mind if I find it and have a look? And it was basically a publication that was, it's in there somewhere.
Is it a press release, sir?
It was a press release, yes. So I don't know whether that's considered a factual document.
Is it a press release related to his hiring?
Yeah.
Uh,
You have that.
I'm familiar with that document.
Fine. Yeah.
Please proceed.
If you may know more about it than me, it may be worthwhile. I understand that without looking through for it, it was, in fact, let me see if I brought it.
Yeah. Mr. Lochridge,
Yes.
actually, rather than referencing the
Yeah.
release, I'd like to understand your perception of his duties, and including your interactions.
Yeah, I mean, he may have been. So the company like to have people of influence, okay, on the board, and hence why they went down the route of putting Scott Perezinski on. That was after I left, astronaut. Admiral Lockwood. When Stockton explained to me about the Admiral being on, it was to help with the transition of, how would I say, smoothing over the relations with the Coast Guard regarding the company. It's difficult to remember the exact wording, but yeah, I mean, to help us out, basically. He was brought on and part of the board of directors to help the organisation out and provide guidance and assistance with regards to the integration of the submersibles and the community, the public.
Did you ever have any direct interactions?
Yeah, I met him on a couple
With Admiral
of times.
Lockwood?
Yeah.
What was the nature of those interactions?
He was in for a board meeting, which I was never allowed to attend. Board meetings.
But did you ever discuss any operations, regulatory compliance?
Truly can't remember. I remember talking to him. I think one of the times that in fact, I remember one of the interactions, and I'm sure it was Admiral Lockwood, when Stockton was showing him and some of the other board around the workshop, and I was just about to start doing an annual inspection of Antipodes submersible with ABS. And I had all, which is what we do, standard practice, I had all the life support out on tables. You're just basically going through to make sure that the emergency life support, the food, the water, you know, all that safety equipment, which will allow you that that time frame where you can stay on the bottom in the event of an emergency or, you know, the weather closes in. Can't remember what Antipodes was, whether it was 72 hours or 96 hours, but I do remember having everything out. And that day, Stockton was on one, as usual, walked past me with all these bigwigs and stated we're not having any of that in Titan. And I was quite taken aback. And I said, what do you mean by that? We're not having any of that in. It's a complete waste of money. So I think at that point, in fact, there's no think, I know at that point, I says, well, I can tell you right now, I will not be one of the sub-pilots that will be going in that submersible. If you're saying now we're not having any emergency life support in the sub, it's critical. It is critical. Anyway, he was, in my eyes, showing off in front of some of the board. That's what he was doing. So
I don't understand when you say showing off, because it's not going to need that.
well, that's what he said. Yeah. I think he was just, I don't know, showing his power, whether it be an ego thing or, yeah, I'm not, to be honest, I'm not sure, but I'm sure Admiral Lockwood was part of that party that he was walking through the workshop with when I was doing that inspection of the life support.
Was there any opposition to that statement voiced?
Oh, opposition to my statement or his?
No, to the Mr. Rush's statement that would not be needed.
Oh, yeah, I was quite vocal and said a few swear words.
Was there any opposition by the board? members?
They never. No, they never said anything. And it's the same when, remember I was explaining earlier on about the incident with Alexandra when Stockton had her in tears when we were in the marina in San Francisco. Guillermo was there, Wendy was there, all these other people. And I think one of the other board members, they never said anything. They saw it was bullying. He was basically bullying her in front of everybody, and she was physically in tears. Mr. Carterson was there, and I hope Tim remembers it. It wasn't a nice situation to be in, and that Stockton, and I can speak about him because we're under subpoena, he was a control freak. That is it. It was his way or not at all.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
We are nearing the end of the questioning, but before we do a final round,
Yep.
I'd like to take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 3:35. OceanGate, are you ready to proceed, or should we wait? Okay. Did you want to meet? Okay, great. This hearing is now back in session. Before we begin or recommence, I'd like to add Exhibit 100 to the record, and this is a transcribed or transcription of the meeting on January 19th, 2018, where Mr. Lochridge met with Mr. Rush and other OceanGate employees about termination of his employment. That entire meeting was recorded and has been transcribed for the record, and will be available in this investigation as Exhibit 100. At this time, I realize we have a couple final questions, Mr. Lochridge, from the board. Lieutenant Commander Williams.
Mr. Lochridge, earlier you mentioned experience with GRP or graphite reinforced plastic. Was that on a submersible? Were you involved in any of the maintenance or inspections for that submersible? Can you please explain what some of those inspections were?
A lot of it was when I started with the company, that hull was actually getting phased out. But we, after the changeover from the GRP to the steel hull, sections of that hull were thoroughly inspected, and it was shown no signs of any damage to it. But no, in terms of the hull itself, I'm not sure what the operational life was for the GRP hull. As I said, that was before my tenure with the company at Submarine Rescue. But yes, I was involved for changing it over, and we could actually split the hull. And when I say split the hull, it was in several sections, because you had the diver lockout area on the back, which is the section that we would land on top of the submarines with. But once you'd removed the command module and the segment interface, you could physically see the condition of the GRP there, and also the GRP, the condition of the ceiling face for where the viewport would go, and the upper hatch as well.
And how thick was that submersible?
It was thick. I can't remember offhand, but I can get you that information.
Is it fair to say that there was a cycle life that was predetermined, and once that cycle life was hit, that's when it was replaced with metallic?
That is correct, yes, yes.
Thank you. You also mentioned earlier that when you were hired on, you were told that the thickness of the hull was supposed to be somewhere between 7 inches and 10 inches thick.
That's correct.
We all know that it was 5 inches thick. Do you know how the determination was made to go from the 7 inches to the 5 inches?
I think there's comment in my dismissal interview, and I can't remember whether it was Tony Nissen that said it or Stockton Rush, and something to do with being overkill, being too thick, something to do with the safety factor. We didn't need that kind of safety factor. And I think the initial, that's the thing, I had no interaction with Boeing, but Stockton relates to this conversation he had with Boeing that said it has to be yay thick, 7 to 10 inches. And that was them basing it on a really good safety factor. Obviously, because of the unknown, it's carbon fiber, it's not really used for manned submersibles. So Boeing stated that, and Stockton would relate to that all the time, saying that they were over-exaggerating what their calculations were. I'm sure when the Boeing representative comes, he will be able to keep the board right on those calculations. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
I'm done with my questions.
Thank you, Commander Williams. Mr. Lochridge, I just had one final question related to maintenance of the submersibles you were familiar with. While the submersibles were not being used, what was your experience in regard to storage of those submersibles?
The two submersibles that I operated with OceanGate, they were always kept inside the facility in Everett, which was climate controlled.
What about other submersibles you've been involved with over your career?
In terms of the other subs, obviously if we're out in a big long operation, especially with the rescue subs, they're big assets. They will sit out in all weather conditions. Those are steel-hulled vessels. In terms of a long-term storage, the only operation where I've been out to carry out piloting and operational maintenance is with the Singapore Submarine Rescue System, which is permanently based on a vessel, and that submersible sits in a hangar. It does have doors on it, and the submersible itself does get air conditioning fed inside it to control the climate for the sensitive electronics, but that hull itself is not exposed to the elements, but it's exposed to the heat and the humidity that exists in Singapore, just with the way the hangar is actually constructed. There's no permanent doors or roller shutters on it. Every other submersible, it's kept indoors.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to ask if OceanGate has any questions for Mr. Lochridge.
No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any final questions from the board for Mr. Lochridge at this time? Mr. Lochridge, thank you for your testimony. Is there anything you would like to say to the board before we convene for or adjourn for the day?
I do. I would just like to close off with a statement from myself. As part of this investigation, my family and I also hope to find out the reasons why OSHA did not actively address my concerns regarding OceanGate and the submersible Titan. This is especially troubling given that I was under the supposed safeguard of the whistleblower protection scheme at the time. In my opinion, OSHA failed not only my family financially and emotionally, but stood by and did nothing to prevent further acts of retaliation from OceanGate whilst under the Seamen's Protection Act. I believe that if OSHA had attempted to investigate the seriousness of the concerns I raised on multiple occasions, this tragedy may have been prevented. As a seafarer, I feel deeply let down and disappointed by the system that is meant to protect not only seafarers, but the general public as well. Additionally, I believe that the participation of last year's OceanGate operational team in these proceedings would have been invaluable in addressing numerous unanswered questions. I sincerely hope that no other family will have to endure a similar tragedy in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lochridge, you are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. Thank you for your testimony and cooperation. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This hearing is now adjourned. Tomorrow there are no proceedings scheduled, and we will reconvene on Thursday at 08:30 here at the courtroom. Thank you.